does it say I've been playing for it? This is literally the first time I opened it up. It says I've been playing for 17 minutes. Classic. Alright, cool. Now we're good to go. Welcome, welcome. How are people doing? Neato. Alright. Was there anything you wanted to start off with about Spider-Verse? Like what your favorite part of the movie was? I'll be honest, I've actually not even thought about topics to discuss for it.
I think, I don't know. I mean, they have like the I'm gonna do my own thing moment. It's kind of like they're the equivalent peak of like the leap of faith moment from the first movie.
Yeah.
Which is pretty sick.
You're not a killer anymore, don't you get it? You're not in your right mind.
Were there any? I don't know. What's your level of like into the Spider-Man comics? Like, were there any variants that you were like hoping to see in the movie that like you didn't see and were kind of like, where is so and so, or like something that you wanted to see?
Read comics, period.
Oh really? Like, not at all.
Not at all.
Okay.
Not a comic reader.
Were you one of the people that wanted to see like the live-action Spider-Man at all in the movie?
No, I actually was glad we didn't see them for more than a cameo, I guess.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, they're only, I think it's really only Andrew that's in it for the cameo, too. The Andrew Garfield Spider-Man.
I think they show, Tobey Maguire. At least they show Uncle Ben dead. From, like, Tobey Maguire's Uncle Ben.
They show the Uncle Ben from that movie.
I'm trying to see, so I think he shows up there. I don't remember seeing the Tom Holland.
Yeah, Tom Holland Spider-Man's not in it.
Had no reason.
Well, I'm just trying to think if I saw like the Aunt May dying like at all in there, or.
O'Hara, it looks like you called.
But
Parker, are you there?
There was Donald Glover showed up in as like a small cameo.
yeah.
He had a cool moment.
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't notice
I thought the live-action cameo that showed Donald Glover was actually kind of jarring. I mean, cool that he's like a big spokesman of Miles, so I get why he gets in the movie. But maybe it would have been better if he was like animated. But I guess
that's supposed to be tying to he is the tie-in to Tom Holland universe. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because Tom Holland universe, Donald Glover's in it as like he is supposed to be. He is supposed to be the Prowler in Tom Holland universe.
Yeah, that's true.
So I guess that's how Tom Holland's universe was represented. That's what it is.
Yeah.
I was like, I know Tom Holland universe makes an appearance. It's not like him or Aunt May, I don't think, but it is.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's up, Fletch? Yeah, we do plan on talking about spoilers and stuff, and you can talk about spoilers in the chat. I like that they made Miguel really buff in the movie to like signify or like give the symbolism that he was kind of, you know, the antagonist of the movie, because he's still kind of a good guy. He even tries to like reason with Miles and stuff. So he's not like fully bad guy, but like the antagonist of the movie.
Yeah.
I actually kind of hope that
I've got to shut it down before
I hope that Miles is or Miguel is right in the third one, like beyond the Spider-Verse, because I think that would be a cool premise. I also don't really feel like
that his world, that if he stops his dad's death too.
Yeah, like I feel like there's got to be consequences, because like
Well, why though? Because he's already an anomaly. So why, like, I feel like if they're saying that Miles is already an anomaly, like then he shouldn't have canon events
Yeah,
because he's already an anomaly.
that's true.
So like, what, like he should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
But that's how I see it. If he's already an anomaly, it doesn't matter what the fuck he does.
Hmm. Yeah, that's true. And yeah, this doesn't
At
include
least
across
in his own,
much.
at least in his own universe, and that's like if he's interacting with other events, then like sure.
Yeah.
But,
Because, I guess we'll see the movie. I bet you Beyond probably starts with, Pravarti's universe being destroyed. Because it was already kind of breaking apart in the movie.
I could have walked right in, but at night the security.
So I wonder if that's how Beyond will start. To, like, make you think, like, Miguel is, correct.
right.
Because, like, it was already kind of falling apart, so maybe there'll be another explanation. It's not the canon events thing, it's, like, something else that's making it happen.
The
Yeah, I don't
genetics
know.
lab. Without that department, I wouldn't be the man I am today.
And I also was kind of upset they didn't really... I mean, I guess there wasn't really time for it, because it is a Miles movie. But they didn't really explain Miguel's, see ya, Pledge? Like, Miguel's power set, or, like, how he became Spider-Man. Because he's, like, got a kind of weird backstory, but they might, like, censor it a bit for the movies. Kind of like how they censored Iron Man in the movies. Where, like, in the comics, like, Iron Man's, like, an alcoholic and stuff. In the comics, Miguel's, like, a pretty extreme drug addict.
You'd think the largest tech developer in the world could afford to
And,
cover
like, that's
that
how he
rare
ends up
comfort.
becoming Spider-Man. Is because he's, like, trying to cure his addiction, and he mixes, like, a bunch of shit together. And, like, part of it is spider blood. So he's actually more, spider than, like, man, I guess. And that's why he, like, takes the shots in the movie
Interesting.
to, like, stop him from being Spider.
What's the whole like bite deal that he has? Because like in the movie they described it as vampire, but he's not actually a vampire.
No, he's not actually a vampire, but he has, like, spider fangs. And when he bites people, he injects them with venom, and the power of his venom is to, like, it paralyzes, like, his victim, like an actual spider. Like, you know how they get wrapped up and stuff?
Yep.
So that's what he was going to do to, Vulture, but then he kind of, like, gets interrupted, because he can't be shown as a good guy if he, is chomping someone's throat out, like, when the police are looking at him.
Right.
He also, they
I
did
picked
so.
up on that. I just thought it was strange that like I forget who said it. Maybe Gwen says it like when they're before meeting him and describes him as like vampire like. It like literally uses the word vampire, and I'm like, that seems like a confusing message to say if it's not actually true.
Right. Yeah, if it's not actually
For
accurate. to what
people
he
who
is.
like don't know him from the comics,
Yeah.
because like you just see his fangs, like
Yeah,
coming
so
out in the Vulture scene, and then they say vampire, and you're like, if like for me, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, totally, he's like vampire like Spider-Man. Like,
Yeah, I actually kind of thought first. I had to like think about it for a second because I was kind of like, wait a minute, are they like retconning him to be vampire-ish?
Yeah, so I thought that was confusing.
Yeah,
I
no, he's
was-
just got
this
giant
was-
spider fangs.
Like this, I think for me, this one was like a little bit of a slow burn to like appreciate it more, because like as the movie is ending, I mostly just was the first time I was just angry that that they were two-partying it.
Yeah,
But
I
then,
couldn't
like-
believe they pulled like
like-
the Infinity Endgame thing.
Yeah, they like totally two-partied it, and like but like after you kind of like you leave the theater and you like ruminate on it a bit, it's like definitely I'm glad that they did,
Get away
because
from me
like
that easily.
Yeah.
they were able to hit all the like give all the plot beats their moment for this one. Otherwise, like it would have felt so rushed
Yeah,
trying
they
to do all of this.
they
in
crammed it in one thing. Yeah, because there would be like no room for the resolution. I mean, I guess you
Right.
could cut out, like, if you really wanted to make it one movie, you could
You'd
cut
have
out
to
the
like
part
cut
where
out
Miles.
all of Gwen's like first half hour of the movie,
Yeah,
like when she's the focus for the first like half hour.
and you'd have to cut
Like,
the Earth
India.
42, like when he goes to other Miles's world.
Yep. And
Like-
you'd have to cut out. You probably have to cut out. Well, I guess you can't really cut out the like Moonbatten because that's Spot
Yep, he's
involved
heading
in
for his
that. But
time
like you probably have to
resource
cut
lab,
some
alright.
of
There's an access
Moonbatten.
point near the
Yeah,
generator.
like they'd probably get there and then just
Like they
immediately
would just have to
fight
be
the
off
Spot.
screen of like or like they would have to like not care about his canon event in Moonbatten or something. It would just be like Spot getting the thing and then they're like shit, we gotta
Yeah.
go kind of thing. And, like,
Or
do
like
something,
any
but-
of his character development, like they could just
Yeah.
immediately like Miles arrives when they're already fighting the Spot.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so I'm like in the moment I was like angry, but then after I was like, yeah, that was definitely glad or like a good thing. So
Yeah,
it made it so and was like it was, I mean it was really good. But yeah,
this
best movie. So
frame rate is awful on this.
sure is.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so bad. Oh well, I don't really care that much. They another clever thing that I thought they did is how they kind of like explained Miles's or Miguel's powers, but I don't think they really did a great job of showcasing it because they have the scene when they're fighting the Vulture, like, and let me know if you picked up on it or not. Do you know that Miguel doesn't have a spider sense? Like, did you pick up on that?
Chances to get to the lab before it's too late.
Oh, I guess I didn't think about it, but that makes sense now. That's why he like got.
Yeah, like
That's why he got hit in the back.
he
the
gets
back by Vulture.
he gets got by Vulture, and like that's their subtle way of being like he doesn't have like the same powers as everyone else.
Right. I think I read that. I saw that in like a post somewhere after like looking through stuff, but I forgot about it. But,
Yeah, like only the people that were bitten by spiders have like spider sense powers.
He could actually pull
Because
this
Miles
off.
or Miguel, their names
Damn,
are like
who knows
both
what?
start with MI, so I keep mixing them up. Fuck. Miguel's powers came from like a drug cocktail,
Right.
and so he doesn't have the spider sense.
Right.
God, I have literally no idea what's going on in the game. I forgot how they just kind of like jump you into this.
Almost at Walker's lab.
You start fighting random people that have nothing to do with like the comics, and then you're just kind of like running in this fancy facility thing. I think they'll also. To me it seems like they're not going to include it, but I think the symbiote will like be completely absent from the third movie as well, which will be like the longest trilogy of a Spider-Man series to not even imply anything about the symbiote. Because they usually get to that like right away. I guess the MCU one didn't really either. But the Sony Venom movies exist.
Right.
But the symbiote's actually super important to Gwen's story too. So I wonder if they make it. They'll probably make another trilogy because I mean it makes a lot of money. So might as well keep making them. But
Why is it super important to Gwen?
so Gwen actually like loses her powers, and
Well, and then she gets the
She
symbiote,
gets-
which gets him back.
yeah, well she gets the
That's how the symbiote
symbiote, and then someone fighting her with a symbiote like gets rid of her powers, and so now she's only Spider with the symbiote. And she's actually been in the comics. She's been bonded with the symbiote for like several years, I think, in the actual running of the comic.
I'm trying to get Mary Jane on the phone.
People lionizing that freak. Next thing you know, there'll be a musical
which is interesting.
chorus line of dancing spiders.
But I also I get like how the point of tension, but I don't know if it's something that I would forgive. Like if I'm Miles, I don't know if I forgive Gwen and Peter either. I feel like Miles got done pretty dirty by them, and he's just like, I know they're probably gonna make it up, but I feel like they should have some level of conflict still, even when they all arrive. I know now that it's too late, she's like gathering her like squad, but I don't know.
Years from now, we can clone you.
Yeah, I mean, there's gonna be some kind of repercussions for the relationship there. I mean, it's at least a like conversation to be had, right?
Yeah.
But I hope they don't. I hope it's not just like we fight together and win, and it's all better. I hope there's at least like
Yeah.
Hey, like, hey, that
did it, and I
sucks.
Yeah, like you did me dirty.
Yeah.
Because obviously the implication there is like they could have seen Miles at any time, and they all consistently chose not to.
Right. Yeah. Most definitely needs a very good apology. Deserves a very good apology.
Yeah.
Oh, great. Robot sentries. Not sure I can take them right now. Maybe I can draw them off. Move fast enough to distract them with some decoys.
Yeah. Miguel's also always had the raw strength and speed, though, that he had in the movies, so that was pretty cool.
Well,
Like-
I mean, all the Spider-Men are, like, crazy strong. It's just that they hold back, right?
Yeah, they all do that.
Yeah.
But Miguel's
I
like...
feel,
super-
my guess is Miguel just hold backs a bit less
Yeah,
because he is who he is.
right.
Too much security in this place.
There's
Gotta
the,
get out of here.
The two variants that I want to see in the next one that weren't in the first one, I know you said you didn't really follow any of the comic lines or whatever, but I kind of really want to see Superior Spider-Man and the animated series Spider-Man. I think those will both be really cool. Have you heard of Superior Spider-Man before?
I think I caught it in some like YouTube shorts or something like that, but I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, Superior Spider-Man is Doc Ock, right?
Yeah.
It's like consciousness is in Spider-Man. That's what it is.
Right, yeah, you like body swaps with Spider-Man.
Then he gives it back after a while.
Yeah, at the end of the run, he like gives it back, but then in another, there's like some more Spider-Verse shenanigans where he
Gotta get out of here.
like comes back. He's reborn in another universe as the Spider-Man of the universe. It's some like pretty like steep shenanigans, so they can bring him back in the Spider-Verse comics and stuff.
Gosh.
But he's really cool. He's the like one of the Spider-Men that like never holds back. And he has the like scene that every time someone mentions Superior Spider-Man, they always like reference the scene where when he fights his first bad guy as Spider-Man, it's Scorpion. And when he's fighting him, he like just punches him in the mouth and it breaks his whole jaw like clean off his head.
Oh yeah.
And he's like,
Don't take a
whoopsie,
coffee break.
because he didn't bother to like experiment with his powers to see like what he could really do.
Right.
But yeah, obviously the plot of the next one will be to save his dad. But I think it'll be the only run of Miles 2 where his dad isn't dead, because in the Spider-Man games as well, the PS4 ones that have Miles in them, Miles' dad also dies.
Well, I mean, they could subvert expectations and like actually, he is unable to save his dad.
Yeah.
That could be a thing.
I wonder if he'll end up...
And then I wonder, like, yeah, I don't know.
I don't know anything
I don't know what they
about
do in that
his-
scenario, because like I feel like there's still the expectation that they have to like the third movie has to. The expectation, at least, is the third movie has to prove that there's like stopping canon events is
like something you
like
could do.
not is like something like maybe like there's still consequences, but not necessarily like
Miguel O'Hara.
the
Spider-Man
level of
from
consequences
2099.
that 2099
Are
insists
the other
on.
me's
Yeah.
in my head too?
No.
Because, like,
It's just
I
me
think
and you.
no consequences
I threw
is
together a chronal link program using a sample of your
dumb,
DNA.
I guess, because then
It's
you
allowing
just
me to
have, like,
communicate with
100
you.
Spider-Man
Time is
hopping
taken.
universes
I
on
just
Yeah.
everything, I
And
guess,
then,
I
yeah,
feel
like
but,
consequence free.
Time until what?
Until
I
you're
don't
killed.
When staying with Spider-Punk must mean that they can be in another
Listen,
universe for at least a
lunatic
little
named
while.
Walker Sloan from
well, I mean, they have the
20
bands, I would
time.
imagine.
It was a
Yeah.
one-way trip that dumped
Like,
him sometime in the
and if they're
1970s.
trying not to
He
break
then used
everyone's
his
heart
advanced
and
knowledge to
Miles
build
and Gwen
Alchemax.
to be
Years
together
before it was
at the
supposed
end
to
of
be
all this, then
established,
that's like a
transforming
literal
your world
cross-dimensional
and
relationship. So, like,
I work
Yeah.
for Alchemax. You're saying that's somehow wrong?
Completely.
But, because, yeah, I mean, Gwen, I don't know, didn't 2099 have the band when he went to that one universe?
Late night ranting TV news guy? Forget it.
You can't
Well,
forget it.
Where
it
does
wasn't that
so-called
he,
death happen?
Sloan's
it
building a
wasn't
gateway on the
that he
66th
didn't have the
floor, so he can
band
finally
when he
travel
replaced
back and
his
forth.
the other person.
saw
It was
you
that
being
he
killed
was
right
like,
By
I guess he
Couldn't
was.
make it out. It
I
doesn't
guess
matter.
him being
Get out of the
there
building.
was
So
like
a crazed
breaking
killer
a
can
canon
wander around
event
the building
somehow.
without me to stop
Yeah,
him? No
because
way.
he was supposed to
I
be
guess.
dead, I guess, or
Because
something.
he was supposed to be
Then I'm
dead.
innocent, because I can only die
Which
in
is
the
still
gateway,
like
right?
that's weird
It's
logic to
not
me,
an
which is
exact
why
science.
which is where I think they're gonna
Meaning
kind
what?
of like play that angle for how it's
Want to spend an hour
how
getting a
he
crash
how
course
they're
on temporal
like that they
physics?
can actually
No?
stop
Then
canon
do what I
events
say.
because his thing was like not
You've got a
that
lot to learn about
same not
priorities,
the
pal.
not the
I'm
same
gonna
thing
do
I
what I
guess,
think is
but
right.
Yeah.
And that means going after bad guys.
I don't know.
You want a Spider-Man who'll do whatever you want? Go play a video game.
They made a video game joke.
What was that?
That's funny.
Spider sense.
Save yourself from me.
Eddie Brock. Anti-Venom? He's the
This
one
is a
gunning for
character
me?
I'm shocked that they haven't done anything with in the movies.
I've got the intruder sighted.
What, this particular Spider-Man or what?
No, the villain here,
Spiffy new tech.
Anti-Venom.
All employees, we are in a state
He's like
of
a
security. We apologize for any
good guy
possible loss of
symbiote
life.
thing that like can remove people's superpowers and stuff.
What did you say? I can't hear you.
We need to work out the kinks
He's
of this
kinda
time
got, like, a
travel
weird
communication
power set.
If it's gonna have any hope of catching on.
Parker, focus on what's important.
I am, which is why I'm heading up to the 66th floor. If that's where we're supposed to butt heads, maybe I could draw him out en route. I'm gonna go look for an elevator.
Do you want to die?
Of course not. But I want to run away even less.
Every time you turn around.
Messed up.
Pleasant dreams.
So yeah, overall, I enjoyed it. Who ended up being your favorite character? Are you still like with Miles as your favorite character? Do you like any of the other side characters better? Is Punk too rebellious for you?
No, I think Spider-Hope cool, but I mean, I do love Jake Johnson's Spider-Man just because like just the thought of Nick from New Girl being a Spider-Man is just so fucking funny. Like,
Yeah.
that will never get old to me. And yeah, I don't know. It's hard to pick a favorite, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I think the main trio just like has such good chemistry together of like Jake Johnson, Haley Steinfeld, and Shamir Moore.
Yeah.
Like all three of them are just too good.
I really like, I think Miguel kind of stole the show for me. I really enjoyed him.
I do, yeah. I mean, his character is cool. I mean, I like Oscar Isaac a lot. So
Yeah. He's now been in, like, every, franchise, or, like, every comic franchise, I think, right? He's been a part of, like, DC, MCU, the Fox movies, all those...
Fox,
I think he was in a
X-Men?
Fox movie. Yeah, I think he was in an X-Men one, right? Maybe I'm wrong.
Trying to think what it would be.
I think I remember reading that he's been in like every single comic book
Gotcha.
franchise now.
Who was he in DC?
I don't remember. I think he's something though.
Well, you would have to be.
Is he Apocalypse in the X-Men ones?
Oh yeah, he is. Yep.
Yeah. I didn't even pay too much attention to this. I'm also shocked at the restraint
What happened?
that
The
they've
elevator just changed into a closet.
Brock just tried to kill me with an elevator. Weird coincidence.
Maybe not.
Wait.
the restraint that
Something I
Disney
hear
slash
had an effect
MCU
on
has
you in
had in
2099?
adding the X-Men
It's impossible.
characters
No, theoretically, it's
to
not. The idea is called
the
quantum
MCU.
causality. The two
I expected
gateways
them, once they got the
create
rights, to like almost immediately start adding
Like
those
a
characters
wormhole
in.
through the fourth dimension.
But they still haven't. I think, didn't that acquisition happen like 3 or 4 years ago? Like almost at the beginning of Phase 4 they got the rights to all those
and vice
characters.
versa.
So I can change things here now that can immediately change things in the future? That's amazing. Spectacular. even.
But I don't know if it's that much of a hot take. I didn't really like how Peter was characterized in Peter B. Parker in this second one. I felt like he kind of was like too much of a like idiot. I don't know. Like we know he's kind of goofy, but he didn't feel like at any moment in that movie did he like come through or like help out or whatever. And even like one time he tries to have the serious talk with Miles, he immediately kind of fucks him over.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell if I think that was an accident or not. Like if he didn't
Yeah,
think if he didn't realize he was getting tracked. Like I feel like he didn't realize he was getting tracked.
Yeah. I mean, I would believe that just because they characterize him as like so dumb in that movie. But like, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't a huge fan
Well,
of.
I don't have a hard time saying that he's acting more that way because he has a kid now.
Yeah.
And like that. No, knowing what my brother goes through now that he has
Gotta
a
come back here
newborn,
after I take a picture
yeah,
of me.
he's busy.
Yeah.
There are other things on his mind.
But he keeps bringing her everywhere.
Yeah, but that means he's gonna be hella. That's why he's gonna be even more distracted.
Yeah. I saw this
And,
one post. I don't know if you agree with it, but I thought it was kind of funny. That it's kind of cruel that Peter's like, hey, can you like hold my kid and take this or like hold my phone and take a picture of me being happy with my kid when Miles' kid is dead or Miguel's kid is dead.
Yeah, that was.
He's
that
like,
was
yeah,
funny.
hey, can you take all these pictures of me being happy and doing Spider-Man things with my kid to the guy whose reason for his traumatic backstory is because his kid is dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wasn't. Hey, what's up, Francisco?
I'm looking through all of Oscar Isaac's roles right now, and I'm trying to find DC in here, and I cannot.
Oh, maybe it wasn't DC.
Like he's been in Star Wars, Marvel, and X-Men.
Okay, so
trying
maybe
to
that's
find
like
DC.
his. So maybe the trio is the
Hi,
Sony
is it
Cinematics,
okay with you if I destroy
Marvel
that security mainframe
Cinematics,
behind the
and
glass?
Fox Cinematics. Maybe
worth a
that
shot.
might be it.
Security
That might be the
He
trio.
was Moon Knight, because he's Moon Knight, Poe Dameron, and now 29 Miguel O'Hara.
The 2099. Yeah.
But, yeah, and then he's in Dune.
Wasn't Miguel's kid to begin with? Well, yeah, but I mean, it's still like a kid he cared about that died, right? Because that was his whole thing of like, I went through the multiverse and I found a universe where I died and I could be happy with my daughter.
Oh, is Ex Machina a
Thank you for
DC
shopping
universe?
comics. Do come again.
Oh, maybe.
What?
I could be wrong. I also
I
read it
just
on
lo-
the internet.
Is
Hey, Vibin.
Is Ex Machina a DC movie? What?
They invented that he had a daughter.
Based on DC Comics Ex Machina. Okay, I didn't realize Ex Machina was a DC comic.
There we go. He's been in everything.
That's Oscar Isaac, so that's where that rolls. That's not something I would recognize when I'm looking at a list to just like, oh yeah, that's for
I'm
sure a
about to
comic.
destroy
But
the
Right.
security mainframe. How you doing, O'Hara? You still stuck?
Yeah.
Well, listen and learn, newbie.
Oh, I just realized my webcam is covering up Miguel every time he shows. Yeah, we're talking a bit about Spider-Man 2099. Because he's kind of, to me, he was like the best part of the movie.
Ta-da! That solved both our problems, right?
My force field just changed into sentries. Robot guards.
This whole quantum
So
causality.
your top 3
thing's a
Spider-Man
real
from the
wild
movie?
card.
Yeah, he's my
Can't control if it
favorite.
makes things better or worse.
Well,
at
and then we
least
were
I
just
can
talking
get
about how,
more.
like, I didn't actually like how Peter B. Parker got shown in the movie. I felt like, to me, he was made to be too much of an idiot, but Nate was kind of
I
saying
think
it's
you
because he's a dad.
underestimate the dad brain.
Yeah, he's
the
got the
power
dad
of
brain
dad
going
brain.
on.
As someone with a brother with a newborn and a close friend on this side of the state too with a young child as well.
Yeah.
Dad brain be a
What's up,
thing.
Rob? Yeah, I get that.
They yeah.
But yeah, he's pretty goofy. He's pretty goofy.
So this quantum causality.
And I
But
also
it's
did
Nick from New Girl. Of course he
affecting
is.
my time as well as
Yeah.
yours? Impossible. 'Cause
But
it's
Nick
happening.
Nick and Jess
All the bad
had a
guys
kid,
just froze.
and Nick got bit by a spider.
It's possible.
he also the other one that I thought got kind of goofed on was Ben Reilly. Which I think I mentioned that briefly to you before. I wasn't a huge fan of how Ben Reilly got portrayed. He got kind of memed on, even though he was a cool character.
I did see a video that was like, you can't be too upset because at least even if he wasn't how he normally is in the his original comics, at least he isn't being portrayed as how he is now in the comics.
Yeah, that's
Because
true.
now apparently I mean obviously I don't know, but the guy who was saying like, here's a picture of him in the comics now, and he's in some like green.
Yeah,
black
he's in the-
thingy, and
he's like the-
super fucked up.
Yeah,
And
he's like
really
the
big
fucking
comics
cosmic
aren't
ghost or
doing-
whatever now in the comics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now his comic. So it's like at least he isn't what he currently is in the comics. So.
Yeah. Yeah, he's kind of a meme in the comics now, but yeah, I was hoping they could kind of at least reboot his character in the movie to be good again. Yeah, but yeah, they just kind of made him super edgy. He's Scasm, the ruler of Limbo. Yeah, he's like some deity-esque thing now. But that's because the Spider-Man comics are kind of all over the place now, as well. Peter also, I guess, yeah, Peter B. Miles, Jesus, I'm mixing everyone's fucking names up. Peter B. Parker this is like the first iteration of him actually being like fucking happy in a long time because in the comics he's just like, Marvel editorial is like determined to make him miserable at all times now. And like that's like part of the Spider-Man MO is that he must be miserable, so he never does get to be happy. Like there's got to be a certain weight to his character, like that they feel like that makes him relatable, that he never really gets to achieve some things. But I feel like being married with kids is a pretty common thing for people, like it's still relatable. I want to get into the comics for 2099, but not sure how to do so. God, it's so hard to like get into comics at this point, honestly. But yeah, Miguel's early comics are pretty good. Oh, I'm supposed to upgrade my stuff. My upgrade. My health. You want to learn more about Penny in 2099? Penny's pretty cool. I'm shocked. What?
We just watched Into the Spider-Verse again yesterday, and like I kind of remembered, but I also like realized even more, and that like the first movie they really do not give Penny the spotlight ever.
Yeah,
I mean, I guess Noir and Spider Pig and like all three of them don't really get the spotlight ever, but like in the last fight, like Noir gets like the knockout on Tombstone,
Yeah.
and then like and Spider Pig gets like the majority of the like knockout on Scorpion. Like that one's kind of a team effort, but like he's got the majority of the gag, right, with the anvil drop and the hammer.
Yeah.
And then like because like Penny's robot gets destroyed, and then just like the only thing she contributes to that, the only thing she contributes to the entirety of the final fight is like protecting Noir, like using the robot as a shield for Noir to like save him from bullets, and then getting the robot getting destroyed by Scorpion, and then her like coming out of the robot and like smacking Scorpion with the arm of it or something like that.
Yeah.
And like that's the only thing she gets.
And it's also weird because like they like spend so little time with Penny. They also they didn't really know how to make it a traumatic moment or like give her like a lot of depth, because you're supposed to feel bad that the robot got destroyed, but like the spider is still alive. Like so
that's like my friend who they hadn't seen it before. That's why we were watching it. Is like we went out to dinner with them and they hadn't seen it, and we were I was gonna talk about the new movie, and they're like, we haven't even seen the first one. And we were like, well, but yeah, because I mean it's like if you're listening, like when they first introduced her is like, but yeah, it's one of those things where like if you're not listening closely, you totally miss it. Is that the robot is like her last connection to her father.
Yeah,
but like if you're just watching the movie for the first time, there's like probably 50% chance you don't catch that.
Yeah, that's true.
And even then, it's still not enough to like make you really care.
Yeah, because like again, the spider lives though. Like the spider that I guess I don't know if the spider is like the power source to the robot or what, but like the spider still lives, so it's not like entirely gone. Like they can just fix the robot up, and yeah, they do obviously because she gets her Evangelion anime robot.
She doesn't take the robot along.
Yeah.
When she gets ported back in the first movie, the robot doesn't come with her. So whatever she's using in the second one is a totally new robot.
Yeah, it's like some Evangelion thing. I actually don't follow her comics at all, so I got no idea what's going on with her character. But something.
But
She goes.
I mean, the canon for the movie is it is not her father's work anymore, because because like when she gets transported back to her dimension, it's just her and the spider that go through, not her robot, not the broken robot.
That's true.
So.
Yeah, I know she's been through some shit, but I actually don't really know what it is. But I know, like, in the comics, she does go through some shit. That's why when you see her when you briefly see her in the movie, she's, like, upset. Or, like, not upset. She looks kind of, like, dead inside. You know? The Eva's character appear in her one-shot? Oh, wait, like, she has an actual crossover with Evangelion? That's kind of funny. Do you know what Evangelion is?
No.
It's a super popular anime
Oh.
of like robots and young teens who are experimental pilots of the like big war robots.
Gotcha.
And I think that there's like some symbolism, or so I actually haven't seen it either, but there's like some symbolism where the robots are like the trapped souls of their dead mothers or something like that. It's something like this. Vibe or Francisco might actually know a bit more. So, like, she ends up getting, like, a very similar distressing plot. It's iconic, you should watch it. Yeah, I should probably get along with it one day. It's their mind and spirit. Okay, yeah, so I read the right Wikipedia article. I know things. And yeah, she ends up going through some similar stuff, or I think in the comics, like, her dad's robot mech is similar, where his body, or like his spirit is in the robot mech or something, and that's not, I guess that's rewritten a little bit in the movie. So it's not as sad. What'd you think of Punk Spider? I thought he was okay. I think a lot of the work for Hobie being cool was basically more of like everyone repeatedly telling you he's so cool. I guess.
No. Did you know that? But when they first, I don't think so though, because like he's the only one who's with Miles from the start.
Yeah, that's true.
And like, because he's, like, when they first arrive at Spider headquarters all together after Mbatten,
Yeah.
when he grabs the tech off the wall and is like making that joke to Miles that like, oh, they probably don't even need it. That's him grabbing the tech to make the portal device.
Yeah, he's making the portal device. Yeah.
Right, and then he's the one telling Miles how to break. He's like, do the thing that I taught you to break out of the cage.
Yeah.
So like,
yeah, he does have some cool moments. He's also the one that he sabotages the door so Miles can get back to the return home portal thingy.
Which one?
He when he's stealing the parts from the watch, he also
one of the things he sabotages.
One of the things he breaks the lock on one of the doors, which is why Miles is able to like run right through the facility to get back to the
go home.
Yeah, the go home.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it's called. I think it didn't
It's
just
like,
have some dumb name.
Called the Go Homer or something.
Yeah, it was like the Go Home Spider or something.
Something. Like
I think
that.
it had like some dumb name. But I think that was the joke. Did your theater have audio issues? Yeah, mine also had audio issues. I don't know. Did you hear about this, or did you have the audio issues?
No.
It's in the Gwen intro, is where like the big audio issue was.
What was it?
I like couldn't hear what the fuck Gwen said in like the whole intro.
You're holding back, Eddie.
I like it. Basically, the movie was just music until
You realize this time travel story of yours is gonna cost me my job.
Miguel shows up.
It's not even your reality.
Yeah,
What?
that's what you keep saying. But how
Yeah,
do you know?
like
Because I do.
the audio mixing was like off.
So do you. Now let me concentrate. I have my own problems right now.
Yeah, well, I can't help you with that.
Maybe you can.
Like,
Parker, you're making this harder for me, not easier.
I told you trying
That's
to control
wild.
this quantum causality.
Yeah, I ended up having to watch like a cam video of or a cam thing of the intro on YouTube to understand what the fuck Gwen was talking about.
Bread mold. Sheesh.
that's crazy.
It was really
That
weird.
sucks.
It's been a big problem with showings in the movie. Also, What's Up, Alpha? I watched in Spanish, so there was no audio issues. That's wild. Wait, so yeah, all the voice actors must have been different, because we're talking about like all the like iconic, like a lot of the actors are pretty iconic in English, but yeah, in Spanish it must be a whole different cast. Does the Spanish Spider-Verse have like big name Spanish dub actors, or no? I think also I'm pretty sure that's Sony shifting the blame to some of the theaters that they're mixing the audio wrong. I think it's like a mix-up on Sony's end. Because it's an audio mixing issue. It's like very clearly like, you know, there's like the different layers of audio, and I think they just didn't turn down the music, because it's just when Gwen's in the band that you can't understand anything.
Oh, okay. So it's more than I was gonna say. That's a long time before Miguel shows up, actually.
Yeah, no, like you can. It's while she's in the band, basically until she gets to the museum, like when her music is playing. So like once it like starts being okay, this is serious now. Gwen's story, not her narrating.
Gotcha.
That's when it is. So it's like the first 10 minutes or so of the movie, I'd say. It's like when Gwen's just talking to herself. She's like, let's do this one more time. For the last, like, 3 years,
Right.
I've been the Spider-Woman.
Right.
Or whatever. That's like, I couldn't fucking hear that in the theater.
Hmm.
But like once you finally regain the audio when, or like the audio's when she webs up her dad and is like, how's the search for me going?
Yeah, my
Elevator I need is right at the end of this
my
hallway.
theater did not have
Parker,
that
I'm
issue.
in a jam and you put me there.
Hey, I was having a quiet evening until you started talking
So
inside
that's
my
good.
head.
And
Don't
I
blame
saw
me
it
for
twice
this.
at that theater.
All
So
right, fine.
Yeah.
What do you need me to do? O'Hara?
Where they
Great,
fight the
let's go.
vulture. I thought the vulture thing was kind of cool too. I liked their
Paper Vulture.
yeah, I liked their dynamic. Jessica, Miguel, and Gwen, like that fight. I thought that was pretty cool. I also like that Nate and I were talking about it earlier, that it showcases the powers that Miguel has and doesn't have, and like his raw strength and speed. Because there's that scene where they're going like up the museum stairs, and Jessica's riding a motorcycle, and Miguel is just fucking running alongside her. I wasn't too big of a fan of Jessica though.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't too much either.
I'm not a time
I think
traveler.
she
But
was.
I don't think you're not supposed to.
What
Though.
if I just track you
Yeah,
over?
I think she was my least favorite of the
Stop yelling
the new
at me.
characters.
I'm learning about this whole quantum causality thing.
Learn faster.
You think they're saving Jessica's
She's
character
really
for
only
part
there
two?
to be kind of like
At least
the
one of us will.
like the nagger almost, or nag.
Yeah, like someone who's just like kind
Yeah.
of being like the bad teacher or
Who's-
like
yeah,
whatever.
the bad teacher comparison kind of thing, and just like
Yeah.
always on your ass. But
Like,
yeah, I don't know.
I'm just not. Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of her. I just felt like she didn't back Gwen up enough. She just kind of like instantly like caved to a.
Right. Which is, I think, on purpose to show the difference between like the good teachers and the bad teachers, kind of thing,
Yeah,
or something like that. But
and then Miguel says both her and Peter suck. So there's
Yeah.
that.
I feel like at the end of the movie, you're starting to see like some of her like starting to doubt a little bit.
Yeah,
'Cause-
but I think it's only because she
Because
feels.
like I don't
bad.
think she. Yeah.
It's not really because she gets like
Because she doesn't like quite. She's not like
I can't believe a man's life is depending on a theory.
Believe it.
like she doesn't. She sees like the portal. Like what she sees when Gwen portals,
yeah.
right? And like doesn't immediately like
You still with me,
Report
O'Hara?
say something.
Faster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Faster would be better.
I'm doing my best.
Best, not good enough.
No, O'Hara, hang on.
I don't even think that they show that Jessica's powers are not webs. It's radiation in the form of webs. Oh shit, is it really? They focused a lot on her having the motorcycle. That was like her big thing. And I don't really know why she's got the motorcycle. I also just thought it was weird that she was pregnant. That was also something
Yeah, it
that...
seems very random.
Yeah. Because it's not something that's really mentioned all that, like, much. It's just, like, a one-handed thing that she mentions in a sentence, like, oh, yeah, I'm pregnant. And then they just kind of, like, wrap it up. Ah, fuck. Like, it almost seems like something they just didn't need to mention.
I failed him.
Yeah, I don't know.
Failed everything.
How do you think the car Spider-Man feels about seeing a not-alive motorcycle?
There, the elevator I need is right at the end of this hallway.
Parker, I'm in a
That's
jam
true.
and you put me there.
The Spider-Mobile?
I was having a quiet evening.
Kind
until
of
you
wild
started
that they made
talking inside my
Spider-Mobile a
head.
character.
Don't blame me for this. All right, fine. What do you need me to do? O'Hara?
I do like that they also let Yuri's Spider-Man from the PS4 game have a moment.
Pull it together, Spidey.
That was cool. Its name was Spider Parked Car. Oh, really? Because there used to be a toy back in the day when I was a kid called the Spider-Mobile.
I think Spider Park Car was canon, so like actually.
It might actually, yeah. Spider-Mobile might be like copyrighted by Hasbro or something.
Parker, stop screwing around.
Peter Parked Car.
I'm not a time
No,
traveler.
his name is Peter Parker, and his secret identity is Spectacular Spider-Mobile. And he's
Oh, okay.
and he works for J. Jonah Jalopy.
Faster.
That's
Okay, I'm
funny.
there. I'll destroy the prototype parts and we'll see what happens.
Lego Spider and Dino Spider was the thing. What I can't believe, I'm sure you guys have seen it already, that the entire Lego segment of the movie was animated by a 14-year-old kid.
Yeah, that was wild.
That's fucking nuts, dude.
Crazy, crazy.
I also like that he has the bit where he calls Lego Spider-Man the best agent. You're one of our best. It's still funny, yeah. I also laughed pretty hard at that. That he's like so serious and he's like, fuck yeah, Lego Spider-Man. These spoilers for the movie I'll never see? Why would you not see it? It's so good. It's
These
so
are
good.
legit, in my opinion, the best movies, period, ever.
Yeah, I think they're really good.
They're my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, really?
No question.
Like that
Yes.
high up for you?
Yeah, no, like legit. These are two of the very few movies. Like I do not rewatch movies.
With me, O'Hara?
Really,
Yeah.
I'm doing
these two I will watch over and over again.
Hang on.
They are by far my favorite movies of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't argue with them being up there. I don't know if they're my favorite of all time, but yeah, they're definitely up there for me. I do really like them. Jeez. I can't believe that they didn't show the black costume spider. I was actually pretty shocked that there wasn't even a reference to Venom, yeah. I assume they're gonna wait for the symbiote, for like the second trilogy.
Something else? Like, I don't know, kittens?
Yeah, small, metal, robotic, killer kittens.
Aww.
Thanks for getting me out of there. Kind of proves the quantum causality theory.
Now just tell me who wins the next 10 World Series and we'll call it even.
A world what?
You're killing me, O'Hara.
Or they could make the Venomverse starring Tom Hardy, yeah.
66th floor, I know. And we both know I'll do what I have to.
Okay, fine. If plan A,
They showed the Venom
you want a
symbiote
dangerous
when
report,
Miguel was
then
telling
we'll go for
Miles
plan
that bad
B.
things
I'll
happen to
get
every
out of my own
Spider-Man.
66th floor and
Did they?
solve this thing.
I'll try not to die.
Well, I think when they're going through like the histories of like the canon events, one of the things is
The symbiote.
I think I know what you're talking about. I think I see. I think maybe it might be like Toby. I think it might have been like Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3.
Oh,
Like
okay.
Eddie Brock in that movie. Like I'm trying to remember what exact snapshot is showing and like the collage of shit in
Yeah.
the web.
There's an image of like 6 different Spider-Man getting infected. Oh. Interesting.
I think one of them is, yeah, I think there was some like, you know, that they made for that, or maybe they were comic book images, maybe
Yeah.
that I don't recognize. But I feel like there was one from one of the movies that has it.
Oh, fuck. Did Spider-Man PS4 get a voiced moment? Yeah. He did. It was a very short gag. The spot where they went to the Venom world went on a bit too long. That was like the lowest part of the
Wow.
movie.
Hell,
I
I'm actually
fucking hated that
Wait,
scene
what part?
where Spot talks to the woman from the Venom movie.
Oh, I thought that was fine.
It was, yeah, it went on a bit too long. Was it Yuri? Yeah, it was Yuri. It's literally Insomniac Spider-Man. He even gets a name tag that's called Insomniac Spider-Man.
Who?
He's, Kyler in the chat's asking about if the Spider-Man PS4 game got a reference in the movie. And he does.
Oh, okay.
When they're mentioning, like, video game characters. They're talking about, like, some bad guys are from video game characters, and they show a lineup of, like, pixel, like, bad guys, and then Insomniac Spider-Man's, like, locking up one of the bad guys, and he's like, "You talking to me?" And then it, like, cuts from him. But his name tag is Insomniac Spider. Which, yeah, is pretty meta. Wonder if they're going to reference that in the Spider-Man 2 video game. I don't think so, because the Spider-Man video games are pretty grounded. Though, did you see, it was a blink and you miss it kind of moment. In Miles's room, there was exclusive, like, first-time footage of the Spider-Man 2 video game was being shown. That was the first, like, game.
Oh yeah, I saw like the Iron Spider outfit.
Yeah.
His roommate's playing the game. Yeah.
Yeah, his roommate's playing the game. That was the first footage of the new Spider-Man 2 game. That's
Oh, that game's not out yet.
Nope,
Okay.
it's not out
I
yet.
just thought it was a like one of the already remade games.
No, it thought it was the first one. Nope. They it was I think Insomniac or like one of the directors of the movie like thanked Insomniac on Twitter recently because they gave him exclusive footage, and it's technically the first debut footage of Spider-Man 2, which I don't know what I guess what's the shorthand version of it, because technically its full title is Marvel's Spider-Man 2 by Insomniac, and I'm not ever fucking calling it that. So I just call it. But if you call it Spider-Man 2, that could be referring to like 6 different video games.
Right.
But yeah, that footage is in there. Insomniac Spider-Man 2. Oh yeah, I guess that's fine. Everything in the multiverse is canon. Yeah, it's all canon, but the video games are super grounded. I don't think they would do anything like reference the Spider-Geddon comics, because then they'd have to explain in the game how he got there, and like that would just be a whole segment when they're trying to build up on Peter and the symbiote. And Miles, really. It's kind of cool that the voice actor and the character writer for Spider-Man 2 looked up a bunch of addiction stuff, and like the symptoms of addiction and like withdrawal and like why people get addicted to things. So like they could give Peter that kind of character with the symbiote in the next game. I think that'll be like really fun. The Spectacular Spider-Man cameo was cool. See, I never saw Spectacular Spider-Man, so I didn't understand what was going on when he spoke. I obviously saw later on, like when looking at some of the cameos and stuff. His like show must have been pretty solid because he got like a full moment. It's the single best Spider-Man show. I haven't seen it, so I guess I can't give a proper opinion, but I like refuse to believe it's better than Spider-Man the Animated Series. It's so good. I'm hoping that Spider-Man shows up in the third one, man. I really hope that Spider-Man shows up there. He's so good. Did you ever grow up watching that, Nate? You're a little bit younger than me, so maybe you didn't see it.
Animated shows?
It was called. It was literally just called Spider-Man the Animated Series.
We didn't have cable growing up, so I didn't watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was like a Saturday morning cartoon. It was, for a cartoon, it was pretty adult, surprisingly.
Yeah, I was
The one with Madam
not
Web.
a
Yeah.
cable.
It has
heavy-
Madam Web in it. You weren't missing much in general with cable, though. It has the greatest Spider-Man scene of all time when he's chasing after Shocker in the Venom suit. Oh, that's really funny. It's funny now, but at the time it was actually like intense. But I really liked that. Screaming Shocker, yeah, when he's chasing after him. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth, Shocker! He like screams it all dramatic. And it's just fucking Shocker. I thought that was really funny. And he also says he's gonna break every bone in Shocker. Like, the reason why Shocker starts running is because he's like, I'm gonna break every bone in your body, and Shocker's like, what the fuck? And starts running away.
I need a security pass for that door, and I'm hemorrhaging time, especially if Parker arrives before I do. If only he had listened to me.
And so he's just trying to get away after Spider-Man's like... Because he starts the fight like normal bad guy does, like a quip towards Spider-Man. He was like, you know, I'm gonna give you an ass-beating Spider-Man or something similar to that, and Spider-Man's all like super edgy, and I'm gonna break every bone in your body. And then Shocker's like, what? And runs away. And then he's just chasing after him. I'm sure Miguel fighting Shocker would be funny. Yeah, I thought that was also a cool reference. Miguel says shock like once in the movie.
Parker, slow down.
I actually thought he was going to say that a lot more, because he says it a lot in the
How
game.
about you hurry?
Figures.
Where Shock is basically future fuck. And he starts the movie off saying that to Gwen. And so I thought he was going to, like, say that a lot more. But then they made him not a funny character at all. Because do you remember, Nate, at the end of Into the Spider-Verse? Because you said you just saw it yesterday. The 2099 scene where he's actually just kind of like a funny dude.
Yeah.
Like, before his trauma. Where he's
Right.
funny.
Well, because yeah, that is then before he tries to supplant his.
Yeah.
That would be before he supplants the other universe where he dies, right? And
Yeah.
loses everything again.
Yeah, that's where he's still non-traumatized Miguel.
Right.
Where they actually, like, let him be funny. And, like, the other
Yeah.
Spider-Man. But, yeah, and I thought they were still going to kind of carry that personality. Because, yeah, at the beginning of the movie, he's joking around with Gwen and kind of, like, making fun of her. And then, like, one of the first things he says was, like, yeah, I'm cleaning up your shocking mess. Which is basically him saying to her, yeah, I'm cleaning up your fucking mess.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that was slang. I just thought he was so shocking as, shocking.
No, yeah, that's like
Surprised or something.
that's like his whole like thing in the comics. It's like how they got around censorship. Is he says shock in the future for fuck. Because it sounds
Right.
futuristic, right? Because shock, electricity,
Right.
future electricity,
Sure.
get it?
Sure.
Stanley is a genius!
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. And so the movie starts like that, where he makes that joke with Gwen, and then I'm like, haha, he's gonna be funny, and then he is not. Then he whips out the vampire teeth, or the, spider fangs,
Yeah.
shortly after, and I'm like, oh.
Absolutely destroyed.
Here's something I'm wondering. How parallel does time run in these worlds? For Miles, only a year passed, but Miguel and Peter experienced that whole universe destruction. That's true.
Right.
I guess they all kind of have, like, relative
Well,
time.
if a whole year passed for Miles, I'm guessing that I think it was. I don't think it was. I think it was only a year for O'Hara too.
Yeah, I think he was only in his, like, broken world.
I bet it didn't take long if that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Maybe not. I'm trying to remember if they said any timeline, if they said any time specifics about how long that shit took.
Because when they travel dimensions, at least in the first movie, I think, yeah, Ivan just said it, they kind of time travel as well when they're,
Right, because Gwen gets shot into the previous week because
Yeah.
otherwise she wouldn't have met him at school.
Right, yeah, like, and when she dimension travels, yeah, she gets, like, lost to time as well. But maybe
Right.
that's because she didn't have the gauntlet or the bracelet or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
Miguel created the Spider Society and gathered thousands of Spider-Man in that time.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Probably would have.
Yeah, I mean, Miguel seems stressed the fuck out, so maybe he did gather them, like, in a year. Maybe that's why
Yeah, I
he's
don't
so
know.
stressed.
Yeah.
Because that's what he's, like, so mad about. Is, like, it's only been me.
Well, maybe. I'm trying to think, like, could Miles' year be, a year and a half or a year, kind of, where even like another half year would make the difference in that kind of scenario, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of a plot hole. Gwen survived a whole week in another universe without dying. I think so. The reason I saw from one of the writers on Twitter, because all of the fucking people who worked on Into the Spider-Verse are across the Spider-Verse are on Twitter tweeting stuff out about the movie, which has actually been kind of cool. The reason why Gwen's able to not glitch for so long in the first movie is because the Collider event hadn't happened yet, so the universes hadn't been destabilized yet. So she's stable because it hasn't been destroyed yet. And Miles and Peter destroying the Collider, which stops Kingpin from being able to do universe stuff, is what sets off the destabilization of the multiverse. And that's why Miguel is mad, because if original Peter, Perfect Parker, destroyed the Collider before it even went off, then nothing bad would have happened. But the Collider going off and then getting destroyed is what caused this destabilization. So, cool fun fact for you. I have seen lewd fan art of Miguel and Lego Spider-Man. I think I've seen what you're talking about as well.
Another locked door. Every door in here is sealed.
Interesting.
No trust in the world.
It's the internet.
Well, yeah.
Sam, have you COD yet? What does that mean?
Call of Duty?
Oh, KOD. What's up, Devin? Have you COD yet? What are you asking me?
Well,
KO'd yet? Knocked out? What?
in the game that you're playing, maybe.
Like game over. Oh, in this game? Yeah, I got a game over. I wasn't really paying attention to the game.
I was gonna say he's probably pretty distracted, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a game over. It's the game over in this game. It's pretty funny because other Spider-Man gets pretty dramatic, but
There is nothing I would like better than to just hightail it out of here. Then why the shock don't you? Because what I do here matters, okay? Beyond changing hallways and
main antagonist from Spider-Verse was gonna be Dr. Octopus. What do you mean, in the second movie?
You get it, O'Hara?
She's technically the main bad guy in the first one. I mean, I guess it's Kingpin, but only in practice is it Kingpin. I can't believe you're interrupting the Edge of Time Let's Play with Spider-Verse talk. I just thought it would be fitting to play, the Miguel video game while talking about it. Because this, I think, is kind of... I mean, Miguel's comics were popular, but I think this is kind of the game that put Miguel back on the map in terms of mainstream. Because this is part of a trilogy. Because there's this game... and then Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions, which also adds Spider-Man Noir.
Yeah, of course. There's no security pass
Around the time the first Spider-Verse movie's coming out. So, this is kind of the game that starts his, rise to mainstream instead of, obscure Spider-Man side character. And then these games were pretty positively received, so, I think that starts as to why he's, being added to the movies and stuff. The Prowler's cool. I don't know if I actually like the Prowler.
What?
He just, has melee shocker gloves.
Mm.
You know?
I think they do a really good job of making his scenes terrifying in the first movie.
Find the right
Yeah.
sensory robot.
Like his theme in the first movie is insane.
Yeah, I will say the weakest
The,
part of
the other thing that have you seen all the clips about how like they kind of like foreshadowed stuff in the first movie because with like Miles' spider sense turning from green and purple, like as if he was destined to be the Prowler, to red and blue.
Right. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
If that's intentional, that's insane.
Yeah, it would be definitely insane. It definitely seems like one of those things that's so cool, like they just kind of said that after the fact. But
I don't know if I haven't seen any of them like confirmed.
No,
I've
people
only seen,
from
like,
the on Twitter, people from the Spider-Verse team did say that was intentional, but it almost seems like one of those things that you would say is intentional just so you look really smart and is a very happy convenience. But maybe it is.
I think they know. I think they had to have known the plot of these whole 3 movies before they started making the first one. I think they would have known that.
Yeah, maybe. You're pretty sure they planned the whole trilogy.
I think they planned the whole thing. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Miguel doesn't have a spider sense. Miguel does not have a spider sense. He actually has one of the most different power sets of like any of the Spider-Men. Like, just in general. But yeah, I wasn't super sold on the Prowler. In fact, I think one of the weaker things of the movie, of the first movie, I guess we're also talking spoilers of the first movie now. Why the fuck does Kingpin shoot the Prowler?
Fast enough is to go free fall in the elevator shaft. Shortest distance
It's a
between
canon event, dog.
I guess, but like it doesn't make sense. Like Kingpin wants Miles stopped. Prowler and Miles are fighting. And then Prowler hesitates on killing Miles. But if Kingpin just shot Miles there, he would have got what he wanted. And then he could have dealt with the Prowler later. I don't know why he shoots Prowler first. Kingpin moment. Your anomaly is a vampire from the future. That choke slam was the hardest part of the entire second movie. God, I thought that part was so good. I can't believe they showed it in the trailer, though. Or, like, in all the advertising. But the part where he choke slams Miles onto the train, and he, like, uses his web to, like, zip him into the train. It was, that was, like, the hardest bit of, like, physicality in the whole movie, I thought. Like, it really had weight to it. You could just feel when he got smashed into that train. You were like, oh, fuck.
Right.
They really showed so much of the movie in the trailer. Yeah, and, like, I usually have a really strict guideline of, like, not watching the trailers, and I really regret seeing the trailer.
I avoided the trailers for this, so I'm glad.
I normally am always so good about avoiding the trailer. I don't know, I don't even remember how I accidentally saw it. Because, I mean, a lot of people know on the streams I'm like so anti-spoiler. It was just really weird that like, I didn't even mean to see it. I was just, like, watching it. I think it was, like, an ad I got on, like, a YouTube short or something. Like, the trailer started playing, and I was like, what the fuck? But then it was cool, so I didn't stop watching it, but I was like, what the fuck is this playing? I like Future 2099 much brighter than the dystopia from the comics. Do you mean, like, 2099 in the movie? Like, where Spider Headquarters is? Because, yeah, that's pretty cool. Because, yeah, normally 2099 is, like, a destroyed world. But I guess it wouldn't... It would take away from the shock of seeing Earth 42 if 2099 was also, like, a shithole. You know? So it's got to be shown that Miguel is a competent Spider-Man and has saved his universe. Because if he's like saying he can fix the multiverse of Spider-Man and he can't even save his own universe, like, it wouldn't really hit home that he's like trying to stop Miles. You like wouldn't believe it. So I think 2099's gotta have like a good timeline. Also, his websuit is actually like a big feature of his powers, which I thought was really cool, how he like flew across the town. I don't know where Miles got the ability to like or glide like this though. I guess he just added that to his suit. Fuck me. Fuck. It's bad enough that the game trailers are spoiling plot points, but I let movie trailers convince me. You're gonna watch them? Yeah. I think movie trailers spoiling plot points is a lot worse than game trailers, because at least you get to play video games. Movies, you literally just watch and enjoy. So if movies trailers take away parts of that from you, it's kind of like, excuse you. Bruh. God damn it. Oh, I died before the last gate. Fuck. Miguel's suit is something he bought from a store. I think it's definitely not something he bought from a store in the Spider-Verse plotline, though. I think it seemed a bit more high-tech in the Spider-Verse movie. Like, the Miguel in Spider-Verse definitely seems like he's got his shit together, even though comic Miguel, like, really doesn't. Did I see the live-action Avatar and One Piece stuff? No, I did not.
Parker, it happened again.
Oh, for crying out loud, it wasn't me.
Like, so in the zone, or else I'm never gonna make it past this part. Jesus, okay. Miguel in this game has so many segments exactly like this. And they just keep going.
Intruder detected. Employ lethal force.
Oh, great.
Back in the day, I got all the achievements on this game. And I sold it back to GameSpot for $7.
Sounds like a very
Shock it. Gotta get back up
common
there fast
GameStop
before Parker
moment.
reaches his own 66
Common
floor ahead of
GameStop
him.
L.
Parker,
Yeah.
you're hanging in there. Oh, sure. Hanging, crawling, leaping, all part of the service. And you can stop worrying about me, Mommy, especially since I'm the one who keeps having to bail you out.
I'll keep worrying until this is done. How close are you to the 66th floor? Parker? Shut up. I just spotted Brock. I'll be in touch. Parker! Parker, are you... Oh, great. I've got to wrap this thing up before it turns into an even bigger disaster than it already is.
Wait, shit. I could upgrade him. In Spider-Verse 2099, he seems addicted to the green juicy thingy. I'm pretty sure he's not just addicted to the green juicy thingy. I think he's, I'm pretty sure that's what he's got to take, like, to be Spider-Man still. I'm pretty sure, like, that's the thing that keeps up his powers. Maybe it's the drug he's addicted to. But that's what I was pretty sure he needed that to keep being Spider-Man. But I guess it wasn't really explained, so, and I mean, the Spider-Verse could kind of, like, retcon however what they wanted with his character. Jesus. Yeah. They used his cape more. Yeah, he does only have the cape when he makes his dramatic superhero entrance, and then that's it, right? He really doesn't use the cape again after that. Maybe the solution is to his canon dilemmas to just stop being Spider-Man. Maybe that could be it.
At least there's
And he can be with his daughter.
It'll slow me, but I can still get to the 66th
But you know,
floor.
with power comes great responsibility thing, so... He can't give up being Spider-Man. That's what he's got to do. You love Miguel's design with the cape? I'm pretty sure the cape is something only in the movie, too, right? I don't remember seeing him like that in the comic.
That's just a taste of what I can do.
But it is cool. When he's being the Blue Panther.
You need a better plan.
Can we talk about how savage Gwen is in the entire movie?
Another time shift? Looks like the only
what do
way
you
up
mean?
to the 66th floor is through
When
the
she enters Miles' world, calls his parents by his first name, gets on his bed with her shoes on, and then breaks his action figure box.
Oh yeah, that was so fucking...
God, I cringed the entire time she was on screen.
all the elves, and he still likes her. It's crazy.
Yeah. Because one, I just like imagine my parents' reaction. One, if I wore shoes in the house, ass beating, absolute ass beating from my parents. Two, if I referred to any adult by their first name when I was that age, my parents also would beat my ass. And then I can kind of get the action figure thing though. I am always torn with the dilemma of like I can't keep my collectibles in their case. I want to display them. I know they lose value when you do it, but God, I just want to display them. But yeah, I can't believe I wonder if he might start liking I don't remember what her name is.
The AI.
The Cyber Spider chick, who's like, got the digital Spider-Man.
Well, because Morales and Gwen are together in the comics, though.
Yeah. But you know, movies might be different. I don't know what they're gonna do with the Prowlers. They definitely set up a potential love triangle. Yeah, because Gwen has her moment of getting pretty jealous about Cyber Spider,
Yeah.
where she like webs her or him away from her.
Right.
They were together for one arc in the comics and then broke up. Yeah, but the Spider-Man
Didn't they have
writers.
kids together, though?
No, I don't think they had kids together. Miles is definitely not at that part of his story arc. They barely let Peter have a kid. I remember when we were all young and naive in the Spider-Man comics, and when Miles finally came around, I thought...
Not only are they happily married, but they also... I literally saw a video about this on a day, which is why I know you're wrong.
Oh, rip.
This dimension is home to an adult Miles and Gwen who are celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary, and they're currently away on a second honeymoon. Not only are they happily married, they also have 2 kids together.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's not necessarily like the main dimension of the Miles comic that we know. It's like a different dimension Miles, but like...
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a dimension where it's that he's
Like happy with
where
her.
he's married to, like, they're both spider people and their kids are both spider people.
Yeah. They've been exchanging the web. Yeah.
Yeah. So I know, like, yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that's ultimately what'll happen. I think the third movie will end with them like being in a relationship, or like the kiss. I just hope
Yeah.
it feels.
I mean,
earned.
they're all, yeah.
I hope they don't immediately go for it. I hope she doesn't like save him right away and then they immediately are in a relationship or like.
Right.
Whatever. That would annoy me.
Yeah, I don't even need it to be fully resolved after the third movie, honestly. Because they're like still kids, right? So
Yeah.
I don't care too much about relationships at that point for the story.
But it's teen angst
At least, like,
drama.
being romantic, at least, like, as long as they're, like, getting along, you know?
Yeah. You can't have good teen angst without a love story.
Sure.
Fuck am I going? Oh, weird. God, this game like didn't age well.
This is nuts. Old
Not
nuclear
playing
plants have
super
less
great.
protection than
No.
Well, I'm having a blast in Cyberpunk right now, so.
Oh yeah. The DLC's not out yet for Cyberpunk, is it?
Not out till, like, September.
Okay. Did we talk about Hobie and Pavarti? We didn't really talk about them too much. Just kind of that
I think they're neat.
they're neat, yeah. I think Pavarti's got it too easy, man. He also needs some spider trauma to happen.
Finally made it back to where I was. Parker, I made it to the 66th floor.
I
Where
like
are you?
Pavarti's yo-yo
Is this
thing. Yeah.
anti-venom still hiding?
I'm not entirely sure what it is, but
With anti-venom.
that was pretty cool.
Eddie, you're responsible for the explosion.
He's pretty early in his like spider career though.
Blow you up.
If you were really trying
Because
to
yeah,
get
he's
done,
had no
what's going
trauma.
on?
He talks about how easy it is to be Spider-Man. And then Miles bails him out of his canon event, bro. Yeah, he needs something to happen to him. The Spider-Man need a little bit of suffering.
Anti-venom's fighting himself more than he is me.
Subcutaneous control chips would do the job. How dangerous is this guy?
He drains my powers on contact, and he's invisible to my spider sense.
Terrific. But where are you now, and can you avoid anti-venom?
66th floor, and yeah, maybe I could avoid him. Plus, if his explosions bring the building down, people for blocks around
Spider-Man,
will be
India, and
killed.
Spider-Punk are way better in the movie than their comic versions. Yeah, the Indian Spider-Man in the comics is also, like, doesn't have a cool design like he does in the movie. And they just rebooted Spider-India's comics with, not the movie's comic design, which was really weird. Because he's basically, his original Spider-Man, Indian Spider-Man's comic design is, like, really boring. It's just, like, Spider-Man with, like, sweatpants on. I mean, I know that's not what they're actually called. It's an Indian fashion, like, pant where they're, like, really baggy. I don't know what they're actually called, though. They didn't reboot him. They gave him a miniseries. Yeah, whatever. But they still used his old design, which is really boring. His Spider-Verse design is fire. Cuba having a Miguel moment. Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a little bit of trauma. I'm not saying they got to constantly get their ass beat and lose all the time, but, like, you know, a traumatic incident that defines them as a character. Because what defines Pavarti? You know, he doesn't have his
Find a
with
way to
great
get
power
rid of
comes
Brock
great
free of
responsibility
whatever's
moment.
controlling him.
He's just got, he just talks about how easy it is being Spider-Man. He's got a cute girlfriend. He saves the day. He's top of his class. You know, he's got all of the cool things. So I do wonder what they're gonna do with his universe.
There you are.
Is now that it's
you're being
avoided the
controlled.
canon event.
Fight it.
Either way, I think it'll be addressed at the beginning of the third movie. Who are we talking about? We're talking about Pavarti. I think that's how you say his
He
name.
took
I
off-
could be butchering it.
Yeah, if only you do the same.
O'Hara, if you don't get that I can't turn my back on danger, no matter what the cost, then you've got no business calling yourself Spider-Man.
Wow, I'm hurt. Guess what else I am? Still alive. Let's hope you get to keep saying the same thing.
Do you think Morbius will cameo in the third part?
Oh God.
What's funny is in the comics, Morbius is actually like a really big deal Spider-Man villain.
I'm sure the switch to that door is around here somewhere.
But I think the movie has forever bastardized that character.
I haven't watched it, and I think I'm okay with that. Sounds like.
I watched it with one of my buddies, and I thought less of him after it because he said it was really good.
Meh.
I was like, "What are you talking about, man?" And he was like, "Yeah, it was great." And I was like, "What?"
Oh boy.
And I was like, "Did you think it was great because you went in thinking it would be awful and it wasn't like the worst thing you've ever seen?" And he was like, "No, I just thought it was a good action movie." I was like, "Oh God." I mean, I still go see movies with him and stuff, but I never will forgive that.
There's no coming back.
Yeah. So I don't really ask him about stuff that he likes to watch anymore. I'm just kind of like, yeah, okay. I never saw the Morbius movie. How bad was it? It was awful. Like, I thought it was pretty genuinely awful.
Has been activated.
Like, I think... it was worse than any early 2000s comic movie. Like, I think it was even worse than, like, the Fantastic Four movies. It's Morbin time. I like that I do think it's funny that that's been gaslit into the zeitgeist, because no one's really seen the movie, but, like, he doesn't say it's Morbin time in the movie. But that became such a meme, people think that he said it. But no, he doesn't ever go, it's Morbin time. But honestly, like, the movie is so bad that if he did say it, I would not, like, be shocked.
We've been a lot of things to each other, Eddie, but you've never been anyone's patsy.
Oh, good. Stand there and call them names. Great plan. I should make myself scarce.
Eddie, listen. You've got a chip inside you that's making you do this.
See, even in this game, Miguel's, like, doesn't, Miguel doesn't like that Spider-Man's supposed to be funny.
Your thinking.
No, it's
What the fuck's a patsy? It's another word for someone's henchman. Oh, it's a word? I mean, yes, it's a word. Patsy means, like, you're someone's henchman or you're their minion.
What are you doing? Because it's
I mean,
causing
no,
me
Patsy
trouble.
is like
I've got to get the atomic energy regulators out of the
specifically
way so they're
in
not
the
destroyed.
you're a scapegoat.
I'm in
If you're a
Well-
Patsy, you're a scapegoat.
Yeah.
Because
So
of explosions
it's
on your end.
you're
the
being
one who told me
used
about
and
quantum
going to be
Yeah, well,
taking the
I'm
blame
telling you to
for
fix
you're the
this.
fall guy.
Sheesh, what a
Oh,
crunch.
well, there you go. Even more
That's
specific.
what. Yeah, it's not minion. Yeah, it's
No way it gave me a game over for
We've
that.
been a lot of things to each other, Eddie, but you've never been anyone's patsy.
Oh, good. Stand there and call them names. Great plan. I should make myself scarce.
Eddie, listen. You've got a chip inside you that's making you do this.
making it easier.
I totally forget the whole Anti-Venom story. I remember thinking Anti-Venom was really cool, but God, I don't remember anything about him. So, he's kind of forgettable.
Parker, what are you doing? Because it's causing major problems here.
I've got to get the atomic
He
energy
looks ugly?
regulators
Well,
out of
it's
the way
because
so they're not
this video
destroyed.
game's from like
So-
2011.
I'm in danger of frying from radiation because of explosions on your end?
Hey, you're the one who told me about quantum causality. Close but no
Yeah, well-
cigar.
Now I'm telling you to fix this.
Sheesh, what a grouch. Okay, O'Hara, the first regulator's safe.
The radiation level is dropping, but my costume.
2011 was like 3 years ago.
But it's not gonna
I've got
last
bad
forever.
news, Alpha.
Just give me a minute to take care of the other two regulators.
A minute's about all I have.
There's an Anti-Venom. Yeah, he's something where he's Venom, but he absorbed like a cure for mutant stuff. I don't really remember. Miguel's ideal of rather protecting the timeline than a normal Spider-Man of trying to protect everyone is kind of interesting.
Still dropping, but the cumulative.
Yeah,
effect-
I mean, Miguel is not really like a hero. He's not like, he's almost anti-hero, where he's not like,
What do you mean?
you know, I'm super self-sacrificing over everything. He's like a
You know,
realist.
You gotta learn to lighten up. I'll take care of the last one. Everything will be fine.
Like, you can even see in this game, I mean, obviously the writing in this game is not as good as the movie, but, you know, they're right to the point where Peter's constantly telling Miguel, like, hey, have you thought about lightening up? You know, like, have you thought about being funny? God, you're such a grouch. Etc., etc.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean? Uh-oh. This is the job.
Anti-Venom's the cum monster? Oh, God. I mean, I guess. It's no coincidence Miguel has Shadow the Hedgehog color scheme.
O'Hara, tell me you're okay.
Better than okay. I'm back up to full strength.
I hate to admit it, but this quantum causality thing of yours is actually pretty effective.
Oh, glad you approve.
You know, for something that makes no freaking sense at all. Oh, dead end. No, wait. There's an air duct. I can get to Brock that way.
Edge? Yeah, Miguel's edgy. Spider-Man's not really edgy.
It doesn't look like an automatic door. It's a two-man operation. But I can move fast enough after I hit that
Ben
switch
is
to get
usually the most edgy Spider-Man. See, he's gonna get memed forever because of Spider-Verse as just being super edgy.
Maybe you are having nostalgia bias though. Maybe he's not actually that. Maybe he is that way if you read it again.
I mean, he is. His comic is pretty, like, 90s edge. Because a lot of his character is, like, how he's a clone of Peter Parker, and he's, like, traumatized by not being, like, his own person. But
Mhm.
they just
So maybe
straight
he
up,
really
in
is
the
weird
in
and has
Spider-Verse, he just says it. He just outright says,
I can't
I'm
believe it
edgy.
nailed me.
It's too much. So no, I mean, yeah, he's pretty edgy, but his costume's so cool. I mean, I guess technically his costume is just Peter Parker's first Spider-Man costume, but still. I wonder if they'll follow the Peter clone plot in this third Spider-Verse movie. No, there's no way. They wouldn't make Ben Reilly the gag of the, or not the gag of the movie, but like they wouldn't have made fun of his character if that was going to be a serious plot point. Because no one will take a plot point like that seriously. Plus, the comic or the clone line is not good anyway. It's not good. He just looks cool. I wonder if they're gonna add another character though. I wonder if I think it's Francisco might know about him a bit more. Kane, the like super serious Spider-Man clone, who's like really edgy. There's that one Spider-Verse comic where he's like having an argument with one of the Spider-Man variants, and I forget exactly how it goes, but basically they're talking about how he needs to be able to show restraint or whatever, and they give him a gun, and they're like, I want you, you know, don't shoot anyone with this gun, and then he immediately shoots the other Spider variant in the head with a gun.
What the fuck?
He's a really edgy Spider-Man clone.
You think they're bringing that guy into the third movie?
Yeah, oh, I'm wondering if Miguel will get him as like a last resort, like we gotta stop Miles, get the Kane Spider-Man clone, because he's a no-nonsense kind of guy.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like one of the other in the comic, I don't exactly remember the scene. I remember it because it was funny, but like they're trying to teach him to like have some restraint and have some more like good guy qualities and stuff. And so they give him a gun and they're like, you need, in the next fight, you really got to think about, you know, or like not using the gun.
Give him a gun in the first place.
I don't know. And then because I remember he calls him an idiot. Like, why the fuck would you give me this gun and expect me not to shoot you? After he like shoots him in the face. Let me see if I can find the thing. He shoots. Oh, I found it. It's literally the first result. Yeah, Kane shoots Ben Reilly. So what's the thing? He pulls out a gun at Ben Reilly points a gun at Kane. And then Kane's like, "Oh, so you're going to shoot me?" And he's like, "No, I want you to listen to what I have to say. I'm hoping somewhere inside of that stubborn head of yours is a good, decent guy who's willing to at least listen to..." And then in the middle of that, Kane shoots him in the head.
Oof. Big oof.
Yeah. But yeah, I wonder if they'll bring him, if Miguel will bring him in the next thing. They might not though, because his suit is Miles's colors. He's got the black and red suit, which might make people confused. Really cool.
Colors are hard.
Yeah. I mean, his design is super similar.
Yeah, I'm looking at the page now.
I was sad the Japanese Spider-Man wasn't in it. God, that would be so funny if he shows up in it. The third one. He's got to be in the third one, right? The Super Sentai Spider-Man. I hope if he's in the third one, he fights with a wrench. That would be peak. That one? Yeah, the one that... you'll know him because he's got that gif of him hitting the floor repeatedly with a wrench. That would be cool if he was in it. Yeah, Penny just is like a side character in the, or not even a side character. She's just a reference in Across the Spider-Verse. Noir actually doesn't even have a line, so I'm actually pretty confident though, because Noir is voiced by like another popular actor, by being voiced by Nick Cage. I'm pretty sure Noir will not have any relevance to the third movie.
Well, no, I think they will use them because like Penny didn't have speaking, or no, I guess she did have a speaking line in this one, didn't she?
What the
Yeah.
heck are
But
these?
they didn't have Noir or they didn't have Mulaney or Nick Cage speak in this one. But I bet that was just to save budget.
I
So
think
that-
budget,
yeah.
but I also think they were probably busy because Mulaney was in rehab, and
Right.
Nicolas Cage is probably like just too busy and or expensive.
Right. No, I bet they'll have speaking, maybe not. I mean, they didn't speak that much in the first movie,
Yeah.
realistically. So, like, I think they'll have equivalent or lesser role for the fights, but they'll
Yeah.
probably talk. They'll probably be part of it.
I'm fairly confident there will be a live action segment in the third movie. You think so? I don't. Because
Live action segment. What?
there were plans for a live action segment in the second one, but they said they cut it because they couldn't really get it to fit in the movie super well. So I don't know. I mean, maybe they'll get it to work in the third movie. I think it'll be the way of revealing Miles as MCU actor. Maybe. I don't know if they'll actually add Miles to the MCU. Because Tom Holland's still got a couple years left in his acting career. I think they'll want to milk him for as much as he's worth first. Oh yeah, to have Sentai Spider-Man, they would need there to be a live action thing. You're right. And yeah, they probably will add him because he's so popular. So yeah, maybe there will be a kind of live action thing. What'd you think of the spot? Nate, what did you think of the spot?
I thought it was cool. What?
Like that's what Chet's asking on our thought of what we thought of the spot. I liked him.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty cool that they did make the one-note villain a big deal. Because the Spot's pretty much a joke villain in the comics. He's not really a big deal either. So it's cool that they made him a big deal. They did that with they've been pulling out some deeper hits to the Spider-Man roster lately instead of always falling back on the big guys, because they pulled Mr. Negative out for the Spider-Man PS4 game, and Mr. Negative is also kind of lame in the comics.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, Miles really needs some like good villains if they're gonna start trying to make him like more mainstream.
Right.
And I think the Spot's a good step in that direction, because Miles does not have the villain roster that Peters does. Peters got like a couple dozen like super iconic bad guys. And Miles has like Prowler. And now the Spot. Like, that's like it. The rest of Miles' villain roster is like just knockoffs of Peters' roster.
Mm-hmm.
I'm worried about what you'll do to other people. And yeah, to me. But if you can fight it.
He can't, trust me.
Oh yeah.
I watched a comic Drake vid about the Spot. His treatment's terrible in the comics. Yeah, he's not really a big deal in the comics.
I'm the guy who's gonna stop your plans.
Good luck with that. Anti-venom, finish him.
Can't.
Impressive resistance, but activating all the control chips, releasing your more bestial side, should do the trick.
I like that the plot for this game is that the bad guy literally just has computer chips in his brain controlling him. His story is falling apart and full of plot holes, ironically, yeah.
That was a close one. Keep back, man.
Is the black drawing thing was cool. Yeah, they definitely made him super intimidating.
Wearing out my patience. Great, he's self-healing. Nothing's ever easy.
What's going on?
I'm taking care of Brock.
That's the last thing you want to do. If you lose,
How about you stop talking? Because distracting me is not helping.
if you survive this, I may kill you myself.
When you win the supposed to lose boss fight in the video game. I'm such a gamer, dude. I'm so good. Hey, what's up, Kevin?
Oh, hello? Eddie? We all done here? Huh. How about that? Miguel, good news. Turns out you were wrong. Hope that doesn't wound your ego.
What, you think if you die, I'll be happy to be right?
I don't think you're happy to be wrong.
Well, then you know as little about me as you think I know about you.
What I know is that Brock looks to be down for the count. Better make sure, though. So, can we call this one a wrap, Eddie? Maybe go grab some coffee, laugh about it?
Why does this Peter Parker sound like this? That's because this is before Yuri got the
So then go
contract
back now and
as
take out
Spider-Man's
Sloan once
voice
and for all.
actor. So this is not Yuri Lowenthal.
Oh, great, no spider sense. No, no. Ah!
Trying to cure you.
Go cure yourself. Ah. Nice try. Didn't work.
Yes, it did. Now to finish the job.
I have the speed to avoid it.
I'm really glad that they, at least with what they're doing 2 parts, it's only 9 months to wait for the second one, because we waited 5 years for this second
Yeah.
movie. Isn't that insane?
Yeah.
That we waited 5 years for this?
Yeah, I forgot about the 5-year gap, honestly.
Yeah. 5 fucking years.
The chip they stuck in you is
Crazy.
messing with your power. Fight it, Eddie.
Yeah, I was really shocked that they did the. I mean, I know we kind of talked about it at the beginning, but just to mention it again, like
Eddie,
the Infinity
don't you
War
get it?
Endgame
This is your
split on this
chance to
movie.
take back your mind. You can end this now.
Like, it wasn't like end with potential for sequel. It was end with there is a sequel. You must see it.
Right, and there's no, no resolution. Yeah.
Yeah, where like the first
Fantastic. O'Hara, you might get to be right after all.
the first Spider-Verse movie ended, and if like there wasn't a sequel, it'd be like, okay, whatever, like cool movie. But
Right.
it ends with like a conclusion of like Miles is Spider-Man, and he saved the day, and like satisfying resolution. But this one, yeah, like does not end like that.
Right.
Do you think they'll end up teaming up, Miles and Prowler Miles?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about what they're gonna do with that Earth too much.
Yeah.
I feel like
You're done.
I wonder if, like, I don't know if they'll like do more movies, but I wonder if like Miles' promise is gonna be like to, because like that universe doesn't have a Spider-Man. It's like a shithole now. So
Right.
like,
I'm
I
about to
wonder
use the
like maybe
gateway.
he'll help
And when you
if
get
he
there,
and like he'll
then
promise to like
Don't worry.
Yeah.
Save them
Why
both.
would I?
Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
yeah like to
Parker,
use Spider-Man
distortion
from the
blocking
other
the way.
dimensions to help that
Don't
the
blame
Earth
me.
42 now or something
I'm
like
not
that.
blaming anyone.
Yeah.
I need to find another way to the gateway room.
Or Miles Prowler becomes good or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess I don't know if it's because it wasn't directly stated, right? We don't know if Miles Prowler is necessarily a bad guy, or if he's just like not as efficient of a good guy because he's
He
Yeah,
doesn't
doesn't have
seem
some-
like. I don't think he's a good guy.
yeah.
Because I mean, yeah.
He could be like a Punisher. Like he's just killing people.
Uncle Aaron was like passing some really like sketchy money to Wada
Oh.
Cash to.
Yeah, that's true. But his uncle could just be the bad guy again.
I don't think so.
Yeah, nah, he's probably a bad guy.
Because he's not the Prowler. So.
Yeah, I do wonder how they'll start that off. They end up like having a truce. I guess I don't necessarily know exactly why our Miles Prowler is mad at him. Is it because Miles Prowler has figured out that Miles Main has his spider power, or like?
I don't know.
Is it just because he's such an evil dude? He's like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna just kill you because you exist, and that shit pisses me off. Like,
Yeah, I don't know what the play is there. I feel like I'm gonna like I guess I haven't really thought about it, and mostly I'm just like I'm sure they'll like it's so hard to piece together right now that I'm sure we'll just have to like wait and see kind of thing. Like there's so many ways I can take it.
he thinks it's an imposter trying to be in his family. I guess that's true. He might be like, the fuck, you know? Yeah, I don't really know what they're gonna do with him exactly. What else is there we haven't really talked about for the movie?
I think so. I kind of said how it's like my favorite movie, but like it's not just the like plot. Like, cause like if it's just my favorite movie because of the plot, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because it's like I think it's my favorite movie because like no one else has the balls to do an animation style like that.
Yeah.
And it like paid off so well. Like it looked so good, and no one else has had the balls to fucking do it like that.
Yeah, it is a very unique animation style.
Even in just like I watched like a lot, like especially like when the first one came out, I was like watching a lot of videos about like the very technicalities of like some of the very like the specifics about the animation style, and it was like super cool to learn about.
Yeah.
And then just like all the soundtrack to me is just like both of the movies have like two of my favorite soundtracks of all time for movies, and like one of the few times where the soundtrack just like feeds so well into the emotion that you feel the whole time.
Yeah.
That is crazy, and it's a soundtrack that like it's one of the only soundtracks that I like listen to like on my like working or working out or what, you know, just like in regular life, not like it's something, it's like a soundtrack you just listen to, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
And then again, yeah, like both of the movies have just some like those insane like I don't know, the like leap of faith moment just like gives me chills. Like the soundtrack of the What's Up Danger playing over top of everything, just
yeah.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Elicits strong emotions of feeling really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I like how bright and colorful it is when everything always seems to be like so dark and dreary all the time now. Right. Especially, I mean, I guess MCU movies aren't particularly like that, but a lot of movies are. Like I don't know if you've seen like some bits of like the Disney live action movies. Like everything is shot so dark, and like I appreciate that it's like so bright and visual. and like visceral, I guess, like to the viewer. Like you can really see and appreciate everything that's going on, and they're not afraid to have all these colors, and they're not afraid to like really express how different the universes are with like the color scheme, because like Gwen's universe is like in those blues and pinks and stuff, not like a real color scheme.
Yes. And especially when we actually get to like spend time in Gwen's universe this time, the like the animation of colors there was so cool with like the like palette of the like changing based on emotion kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like the whole like the color like bleed like almost like bleeding into the comic book change.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Because like that, like her getting her like father to accept her, and like that whole like the color, like the colors theory there, almost like it feels like you're looking at a comic book page, and she's like fourth wall breaking, like changing her canon event almost.
Right.
Of like the father not accepting her, but then like you just see like the color glowing out of them almost. It's so like just like insane. I don't know, just so cool.
Yeah, Gwen's world is
such
like,
cool animation.
Yeah, definitely, like you said, like there's a lot of color theory going on there of like colors relating to your emotion and stuff, and that's something that isn't really like shown like so blatantly, and they can kind of get away with it because it's like a different universe, so therefore it's it can look like that. Yeah, and that's cool.
I don't know. Just nobody. It feels just like nobody else has had the balls to do anything that out there for animation, and like it just paid like, especially the first one when nobody would like this thing just kind of like came out of nowhere, like nobody was expecting something like this.
Yeah,
I feel like, and then it just showed up like it did was just so insane. I don't know.
Especially because it was by Sony, considering how bad all their live action stuff is.
Right.
It's baffling to me. Why? Yeah, I don't, maybe they have some deal with Disney, and that's why they can. But like, why they are making like these standalone Venom movies and stuff instead of like Miles movies? But maybe that's part of their contract. Like Miles is too Spider-Man-y to get his own movie.
I don't know. Yeah, the color paint with the Gwen reveal to her dad was just so crazy. It's like, going from like not just like the I was noticing like the white and black stark lines to show like, to me that's like showing how her dad only sees everything as, there's only good and bad kind of thing, like his like hard morals kind of thing, whereas like there's no like gray for him, right? And then like, I
didn't think I'd have to die for it.
No, you won't. Trust me. We'll get you through this.
There's also the moment where when he pulls his gun on the Gwen, like the half and half or down the middle, he's got blue on one half and then he's pink on the other half.
Right. Blue, like cop blue and Gwen pink kind of thing. Yeah, it's just so crazy and cool.
Yeah, I like that. That was one of the things that I didn't like about. I guess it's kind of a hot take. I really enjoyed Multiverse of Madness, but I did think they didn't go like crazy enough in some of the like the other universes. Like they're all basically like normal universe.
Yeah, I think they did not have the balls.
But I've had 100 years to plan this. Keep your
to
friends
do
close
some
and
lot
your
as wild of shit.
I kept you close to keep an eye on you. Make use of you. But now you're
I think that's back to like just part of the reason why I think it's so like this movie was so like these movies are so crazy is just like I just can't help but have like huge respect placed on the movie just for the like sheer like bravery, I guess, to do something so wild.
Yeah,
there's like so many so many non-mainstream choices for like cinematography wise that and just like took the risk and went with it, kind of thing. And just paid off in such a big way, I think.
I'm doing what I can. Come on, Parker. Where's that never say die attitude?
Just crazy.
To do it. And I'm out of jokes.
Very serious moment in the game right now. Spider-Man is dying, guys.
Sorry. I didn't get the job done.
No way, no shocking way are you giving me brave last words!
Very serious. I do, I wish the animation for 2099's world was a little bit different, but I guess because a lot of serious moments happen in his universe, so it can't be too out there. But his kind of just looks like Miles' world as well. But Earth 42 has...
I think it was cool. The one thing they did showcase was, like, hitting on, like, why Miguel has the wings. Because they, like, when Miles first escapes the zone and he's like, where the fuck do I swing to?
Yeah, that's true.
And then like, it takes him a minute to figure that out. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. Yeah, and Miguel, like, flies through the sky. I did think it was weird that Miles was able to.
Miles, like, almost flops flops at first, because he's like, he doesn't quite, like, it takes him a second to catch on, kind of thing. Of, like,
Yeah.
oh, I need to use the flying cars instead of just, like, there's gonna be buildings everywhere, kind of thing.
Right.
Because, like, everything's so spaced out there.
That's just a taste of what I can do.
What else is there that we didn't talk about? I'm sure there's something else, because the movie's obviously got so much depth to it. Oh, any of the, like, particular Easter eggs stand out to you? Like, were any, like, cool Easter eggs that you saw? You were like, what the fuck is that? Did you see, like, Popsicle Spider-Man? I know we talked about, Spider-Mobile, but Popsicle Spider-Man is a part of the chase. Yeah.
Oh.
Popsicle Spider-Man is chasing after him. There's also Plushy Spider-Man that's chasing after Miles as well. That's modeled after one of the, marketable Spider-Man plushies. He takes like a very aggressive dive after Miles. And then there's another moment where Plushy Spider-Man is riding in on Canadian Spider-Man's hockey stick.
Oh my god.
That's also very cute. Like, Canadian Spider-Man is skating after Miles and has the hockey stick out, and Plushy Spider-Man is on it.
That's funny.
Yeah, there's all kinds of, like, goofy Spider-Man. I do wonder if how many of them have actual comic books, and then how many of them were made after, like, made up unique for the movie. Because a lot of the variants that were shown are just literal, like, mainline Peter Parker's suits, but from, like, a short comic series run. Like, they show a lot of those, like, suits that 616 Peter Parker wore for, like, a small series or whatever. But I guess they probably, that costume exists in another universe, right? If there's infinite universes and stuff. But yeah, like Francisco said, maybe they're saving it for the third movie, or maybe they're saving it for a whole trilogy. But it was shocking to see that not a single variant had the Venom suit.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess Miguel wouldn't recruit someone with a symbiote.
Right.
I also thought Lila was great. His
AI.
His AI is really cool.
I saw a post today about how
No, not this time.
what is it? Apparently one of the, like, posters for the movie spoils the who the quote unquote teams are by the end of it, of like who's on Miguel's side and who's on Miles' side.
Oh, really?
Get him to listen.
Mm-hmm. It like shows, yeah.
I've only
It has
seen
like
the.
it has like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what poster this is, but it's like because it's like Miles hanging upside down, kind of like splitting the frame, and then it's like the face, and then it's like face, then like Jess, Ben and Miguel on one side with a bunch of rando ones behind them, and then kind of like the faces of all of them kind of stacking up, and then on the other side is like Gwen and Peter B and I think maybe the Avatar one and Hobie or something like that, and
What have you got me into the middle of, Walker?
Maybe.
I'm just a scientist, for the love
Stop
of...
whining, Octavius. You knew I was out to change the
I
future.
forget exactly,
I
but
didn't know
yeah,
the future was
something
going to
along
start
that lines.
fighting
It's like
back. The forces we're unleashing with this quantum tunnel
It's under control.
quote unquote
out
spoiling
of
it.
control.
Yeah.
And Spider-Man is still alive to stop it.
Like, I wonder,
Just
Mark.
send
Sometimes
Antivenom
marketing
after
teams
him.
and
The
stuff are
gateway
just so
just needs a
desperate to
minute
spoil shit.
recharge if it's going to send him through safely.
It's so weird.
This has to work. It has to. No. The gateway's powering up. Oh no, you don't! Bring it on, you pasty-faced patsy!
What the hell? The place is crawling with Spider-Man.
Don't worry, Antivenom will step on this one.
I don't understand. Why aren't Antivenom's powers draining his...
Because mine aren't radiation-based, if you have to know.
Didn't know, don't care.
You're just old news, AV.
This game references how Miguel has his powers.
That your best? Nice try. I'm the new and improved. That's what's controlling antivenom. His regenerating must have brought it to the surface. You want to go? Let's go.
No J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Verse. That's kind of tragic.
You call that menacing?
We hear his voice in the Lego sequence.
That's
Right?
true. Yeah, he does. I forgot about that actually.
Not impressed.
Yeah,
He is there.
so you do get a little piece.
I like that he's coming back in relevance. There was a small period for a while because obviously newspapers are a dead media, where
Right.
J. Jonah Jameson, they didn't know what to do with that character because obviously like in the '90s he's like such a big part of Spider-Man's world, and the Daily Bugle is, and even in the Raimi movies, like he's still pretty relevant. But then by the Andrew Garfield ones,
You'll have to up your game.
newspaper's
Yeah,
pretty
wasn't
dead,
the
so
thing.
he's gone. And then he was gone from the video games for a while too, because they didn't know what to do with him. But then they brought it back as like the Alex Jones podcaster.
Right.
And then-
Which is
He's also like that in the MCU too. Yeah, that's really funny. But I guess Miles doesn't have his own version. Well, Miles kind of does, but it's someone who's like super
Parker.
nice, which is weird.
Oh.
Miguel, there's some kind of monsters
Because
breaking in.
Miles is
Where'd they come from?
Just keep calm.
dedicated newscaster, I guess, is like talking about how great Miles is all
Most
the
likely
time.
they'll want to eat you for raw materials.
Unlike JJJ.
Good thing you told me to stay calm. That makes it all better.
I'll change things here to fix things there.
Here? There? Wait, mine's working on mine?
Yeah, but if I destroy the regeneration eggs here, it'll eliminate the experiments there.
Gotta grow up to do.
Parker, you still with me? Parker!
Oh, I'm sorry. Sitting in this egg, mine's a little scrambled.
Oh, I'm supposed to get him to throw.
I'm here, okay?
Throw me in.
You're trying to break
I'm
my
doing
egg. It's hard to keep my
What?
a
sunny side up.
It's funny. It's always interesting playing games the second time because, or like RPG specifically, because it like
You feel what?
Totally for
Parker, tell me you're
I'm
safe.
power leveling, like ignoring a whole bunch of the story before kind of thing. Whereas like first game, I like
I'm going after
the first
Andy.
time I play
Try not to
through
get killed
things,
again.
I often like front load story missions
Yeah.
because like I want. Because or like front loading the story missions is how you know, like meet more companions and progress. You know, like the coolest, the interesting storylines, right? But whereas like side missions are usually just kind of like fetch quests or whatever. But then like the second playthrough, I you know have met the companions and everything, so it's more like I want to get leveled up faster and then be higher level for more of the story kind of thing.
Yeah, his like challenge doesn't matter as much the second time through. Do you play on a second or a harder difficulty in the second time through? Or
I've been
no?
playing on hard difficulty this whole time for Cyberpunk. But yeah, I mean sometimes I'll bump it up. It depends on what kind of playthrough I'm thinking about and like what build I'm going for. If I know it's gonna be like a troll ass build and be really bad, then I won't. But like
Yeah. Favorite side quest is when I have to change a light bulb. Is that a Cyberpunk thing, Devin? Have you played Cyberpunk? What is it?
that is not a Cyberpunk side quest.
Oh.
Can't confirm.
Did it to me. Planted that chip in me. Controlled me.
I didn't control you, Brock. I freed you. We both know you wanted Spider-Man dead. You should be thanking me.
Let me show you just how grateful I am.
No, keep back.
One side, you fool, before...
Are you almost done with the game already?
No.
Oh,
I don't think.
Because it looks like you just beat Venom, right?
I freed him.
Oh, okay.
His future
All
Peter
cellular
Parker was
regeneration
controlling
complete.
him.
In 3, 2, 1. Regeneration complete. You are fully healed, Mr. Parker.
Room spinning. I can barely stand. Where am I?
That's a CS side
You're in
quest?
2099,
What's CS?
Parker. The cellular regenerator healed you.
I hope my medical insurance covers that.
Look, focus, Parker. We have to test the gateway. Toss something small into it.
Oh, come on, O'Hara. Doesn't coming back from the dead entitle me to a breather?
We need to see if the gateway's reestablished. And every second that...
Okay, fine. I'm on it.
Devin, did you see Spider-Verse, or did we
I'm
just
tossing
spoil
piece
a
of
whole
junk
bunch
to
of
see
shit
if
for
the
you?
gate's working one way. Incoming.
It came through. Perfect.
Huh. Plus, I'm feeling like my old self. Strength and everything.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing the cellular regenerator had your DNA on record.
Good. Stand back.
What do you mean?
I'm
You
coming
saw
through the
Friday?
gateway.
Nice. What do you think?
The return circuits are fried. I won't be able to come
We've
through
obviously
even
been
if you
talking
set
about it
up
for
on
a
that
while
end.
now, but
I'll
maybe
be
you got
stuck
something
here.
new to
So fix it.
give us to discuss.
I can't. The technology doesn't exist here yet. You need to find the repair parts on your side and then send them through. I'll guide you to where they are.
What the heck is that?
What happened?
I'm looking at a tentacle the size of a Buick.
Yeah, something like that came at me
Oh
when
my
the
God, they
gateway
made
first
a
got overloaded.
Buick
Like one of those
reference.
mechanical tentacles that Otto Octavius uses in his research. Really messed up.
Look, just watch out for them. There may be more.
Oh, believe me, whatever's trying to kill me at any time, there's always more. So where to?
Get to the hydroponic jungle. You'll find what you need there.
The hydroponic jungle sounds so cool. I can't believe they didn't use any of the plot points from
That's interesting.
I am
this
so
game,
glad
the
you can
movie,
maintain your
Spider-Verse.
scientific detachment. And why are time gateway repair parts in a jungle?
That's sarcasm.
Trust me, says the voice in my head. You know, this is how serial killers get started. The claw end of the tentacle, where the joints are. That's probably the weak point.
Oh man.
I like the conflict between Miles and Miguel. I like the idea Miles wasn't supposed to be Spider-Man, and that led to the shakeup. Yeah, so I
Mhm.
wonder how true it is, what Miguel says. I wonder if he's just fucking with Miles because he knows it'll like get in his head, or if that's like accurate. I'm very curious to see in the third movie just how much of what Miguel says is true.
Yeah.
I think that'll be the crux of the movie, right? Of like, but if Miguel is wrong, then what the fuck happened to Miguel's second universe? You know,
Right.
why did it get evaporated then? If, like, he's wrong. You 100% think he's gonna save his pops? But if he does, right, like, that means canon events are not a thing. Then what happened to Miguel?
I still think it doesn't necessarily mean that though, because of my argument before with like since him being an anomaly throws off the whole canon already, that there could be the argument that his like canon events don't matter for Miguel or for
Like,
Miles.
yeah, just specifically for Miles.
Something like that.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Have they've set the stage for like another villain yet? Really, to be like the one behind it all.
Lila, probably.
No way. Isla best girl, dude. They changed up Lila's appearance from the comics,
Otherwise, you can wind up with a sort of energy feedback.
which is kind of. I like that they made her like a, I don't know, what you call it, party girl kind of aesthetic.
Fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
She's got like the funny glasses and stuff, and the big furry fur coat. In the comics, Miguel models her after Marilyn Monroe because she thinks she's really hot,
By the way, thanks for bringing me back from the dead.
which
Now I know
is
how
not as
Captain
cool of
America
an
feels.
origin.
And Jean Grey. And Colossus. And
Just don't die again and we'll
Yeah.
call it even.
And in the comics, when she gains sentience, she falls in love with Miguel and tries to kill his wife.
Oh my.
So I think that's also a plot point that'll probably not show up in the movie. Well, I guess because his wife's already dead.
What are you talking about?
I have a nice easy path in front of me, and it just became an obstacle course.
Welcome to my world, literally. You're seeing quantum causality in action.
Weird. So, you can help me from the present.
Which present? You're in my present. You mean your past present or my present future?
I hate you.
Mary Jane is going to be the villain. Mary Jane only got a couple seconds in the second one. It would be interesting to see if there was a variant of Mary Jane that was like evil.
That'd be wild.
Yeah. I don't think there's any comic line, at least off the top of my head, I can't think of any where she's a bad guy. I think she's always kind of universally good guy. Even in the universe, there is a universe where Peter is dead and she becomes Spider-Man, but that's like really it. She's only ever good guy.
Hmm.
She's got a cool spider outfit. Hers is like red and white. It looks kind of like Gwen's, except she's got like no hood. You guys wouldn't hate that idea? I was just trolling. I mean, I would hate it if she was the main villain, but if she was a villain, I don't think it'd be too bad.
I feel like she could have a like Venom symbiote storyline of like getting a symbiote and being, bad because of the symbiote kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or
I
the-
mean, she's got a... That would be cool. She has a Black Cat storyline where she's like, I guess, anti-hero, but Not really. She still becomes Black Cat for a while just to help Peter, though. So, not super bad guy. She steals stuff, though. Like, does a lot of breaking and entering, but that's not really evil. Yeah, Mary Jane's symbiote thing could be cool. But I think they probably won't do it, because they've already she's already, like, Peter B. Parker's wife. Yeah. What am I doing? You guys to be Spider-Man, what would you want your to look like, or what would be your special abilities?
You'll find an energy regulator in each one.
I would definitely want to be a Spider-Man with the symbiote.
It'll be fine, as long as you remember that they're fragile, and if they touch
each other, I'm screwed. I get it.
That is
Being a Spider-Man would be so fucking insane, man.
yeah.
Those are probably like the coolest powers to have. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I think he really does.
He's so like not only is just like the web slinging, like I mean, spider sense is insane. Just how I mean, and he's got like the super strength and durability that's like kind of slept on, I think.
Yeah.
And,
Spider sense is even slept on. It's in the comics it makes him like he's insane. When he masters it in the comics, he literally can't be beaten by anybody.
right. It's yeah.
It's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, the wall crawling is fun. The web slinging is basically flying. Would you want organic webs? Do you think that would be weird? Would you want the Tobey Maguire organic webs?
I would rather have. I would be okay with that. I mean, I would almost rather have that because then you don't have to worry about running out.
Right.
If that means I don't run out, then yeah, I would be fine with that. If you still can like run out and then you like a recharge time kind of thing.
Yeah.
Then I guess just go with the tech. But even then, that's still like, you know, then you're vulnerable to, you know, some like those getting damaged or something. You know, there's still some cons there. Whereas I feel like there's not a whole lot of cons with organic stuff. I guess it's harder. Weird. It's hard. I mean, I know in the movie they had a point about him not being able to do it, but that feels kind of like baloney.
Yeah. Are you talking about like when he got emotional and he couldn't shoot the webs
anymore?
Yeah,
he couldn't use the powers anymore, and then like
he had his emo phase. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like I feel like I guess the only the downside of organic webs is like I guess if you couldn't like experiment with them to like improve them or something like you couldn't make as many modifications potentially, I guess.
Yeah, you would just have default like you could shoot web. That's it. But like yeah, you could get a little bit more.
I guess
personal.
any modifications you make would have to be extra gear that somehow you could. I guess you could like figure it out maybe, but it would be probably harder, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I would definitely want the symbiote. I think the symbiote. Would be cool.
I guess I would want. I would want the just like Iron Spider suit.
Yeah.
I think that off the top of my head that would be pretty sick.
Yeah, the Iron Spider's pretty cool.
Because then that's kind of like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, super high tech. The MCU Iron Spider, I think, is the more powerful one.
Yeah, I think that's the one that's the only one I know. So I guess that's what I'm thinking of like with the like basically the Doc Ock or like the spider arms, and you're just fucking like murking everybody around you. Although Miles' invisibility and Venom Strike is pretty cool.
I still don't know why.
That's just gonna bug me now.
Why he has those?
Yeah, why he has those abilities.
Yeah. I guess the movie explanation is because he got bit from a different dimension, but
Yeah.
like a different dimension than his.
That doesn't explain the invisibility, though.
No, no, no. I mean,
I guess. I'd like to be able to literally grow spider body parts. Why would that be what you would want? Why would you want to be man spider? That would be the worst. I think that no. I guess the worst variant is man spiders. Do you know of that variant, Nate?
Man Spider.
Man spiders.
What?
So there's a Peter Parker that is a couple thousand spiders, but they share one collective hive mind, and they all are in a humanoid form together. And when other Spider-Men encounter him and like get freaked out that he is just thousands of spiders, he's like he doesn't understand. He's like, what do you mean? I'm Peter Parker. And they're like, no, you're a bunch of fucking spiders. He's like, nope. Peter Parker. It's just super weird.
Yeah.
That would be the worst variant. But the second one the second worst would be the giant man spider, who is, just a big humanoid spider. That would be gross. And I don't think you could ever get the public on your side. I don't know how many, Peter Parker already struggles to get the public on his side as a human. Giant human-sized spider would literally never have the public on his side. Ever. He would be...
If I got to... So, this is kind of going backwards a bit, but so if I got to just... Because you said... But, if we're talking about, variants of Spider-Man abilities...
Yeah.
That you'd want. So, if this were an option, how because of Spider-Man the newest one is No Way Home, right? That's what it's called.
Yeah, the newest MCU one. Yeah, No Way Home.
Yeah, if I could No Way Home and have Spider-Man with that can do that has the spell slinging Doctor Strange shit.
Oh yeah, that would
be
cool.
like Spider-Man, but have some amount of Doctor Strange magic. Not necessarily what he's using there, but be Spider-Man, but also but have the sling ring like Ned does, and practice the magic too, and be Nightcrawler plus Spider-Man combined would be fucking wild.
Yeah.
That would be so fun to me, because I always loved Nightcrawler growing up.
Yeah, Nightcrawler's
from
pretty
the
cool.
X-Men movies, and the idea of just that would be super fun to me, of being able to teleport plus do Spider-Man shit. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
You'd be so unstoppable then, with the prescience of
the spider
knowing
sense.
Everyone's next move from
Spider sense plus teleport.
Spider sense plus teleport. You'd be so untouchable. It'd be just crazy.
That'd be pretty busted. I would like I know I said the symbiote, but I kind of like the symbiote origin story from the TV show, where and I think it's actually kind of a plot in the Venom movie. The symbiote is part of a technologically superior species. There's a whole planet of symbiotes.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to be the Spider-Man that goes to that planet and merges all the symbiotes into one giant.
So you would be a bad guy.
Yeah. Well, no, I would. I'd be good. I would just have all the power of the symbiotes.
But you'd be a warring conscience with all the symbiotes.
Yeah, but they're highly intelligent. Like they're
Yeah, I don't know if you. Yeah, that makes it worse. Like, I don't know if you stand a chance against like all those consciousness trying to control your body.
yeah,
over
but
you.
that would be the thing.
That'd be your thing. Okay.
Yeah, his Venom would like speak on my behalf, and then I would be the lead of the hive mind.
Interesting.
That would be cool. And then you could like instead of shooting webs, you would just shoot separate like symbiotes at people. Yeah. What the fuck am I? Ugh. It's fine. Nailed it. But yeah, that would what I would want to be. I would be the Spider-Man that reins in all of the symbiotes on their home planet.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool.
Good news, O'Hara. I'm on a roll.
But don't stand around taking bows. Those tentacles started showing up here in force.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
Cosmic
I'm on
Spider-Man where he's like one of the Watchers or whatever. I don't know. Did you see the Marvel What Ifs thing?
I watched the What Ifs. Yeah, I don't. Is he's one of the Watchers in there?
Yeah, there's a not in that in the What If series. In one of the comics,
okay.
there's a Cosmic Spider-Man who's like the god of his universe.
Gotcha.
He's got a bunch of like deity level powers.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I'd want to be that one though. That's just like generic OP. It lacks creativity.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't. My brother was always the kind of guy who would, if you were asking the question of like what superpowers would you want, what would you have, and he was like, he was the one who would always answer like, I feel like it's Reed Richards gets like fucking bonkers, right? It's Reed
Yeah.
Richards' son, right? Like it's like insane.
The whole
Just,
Fantastic
like-
Four family is like ridiculous
Like,
levels of IQ.
Absolutely, and like even Adam Warlock in some storylines is like super busted. I think.
Yeah. Reed Richards has the moment in one of the Iron Man. There's a moment in one of the Iron Man comics where, in an effort to like try to improve the world, because sometimes Tony Stark gets all dictatory in the comics. In an effort to try to improve the world, Tony Stark raises everyone's IQ to like Tony Stark level. So he like gives a virus to everyone that like makes everyone in the world as smart as Tony Stark, because he's like, I'm gonna make this a better place because we're all gonna be smart. And then there's a panel where it's Reed Richards,
How's it going?
and he's like, I just got fucking dumber. So he's like ridiculously smart in some of the
I want to
comics.
say it specifically was like Reed Richards' kid or something like that has like time breaking powers or essentially like something.
Yeah,
like that.
I think
don't know. It was just, like,
he's got some power like where he gets his father's smarts, and then he's got like Sue's. She's got like some dimensional level powers in the comics too, and like he gets both of them. So he uses Sue's dimensional powers with Reed's brain to he like does some cosmic level shit.
super sidetracked, but essentially is like my brother was always the one who'd answer like that. But I think I'm along your lines where it's like I want something like it's superpower, like so it's got to be powerful, but like I want something that's gonna be fun. Like I don't want it to be like just so easy, you know. I want it to be
like you don't want to be God,
good fun. Right?
like
Because that would just get boring.
yeah,
That would just suck. Honestly,
yeah,
I feel like.
yeah. I would want I would definitely want to get like space
that being like the god level powers is how you end up like Kang at the end of Loki, where you're just like kind of going batshit.
Yeah,
Where you just kind of go insane because you don't because you are you have with great power comes great responsibility. Like if you have god level powers, you have the responsibility you have god level responsibilities.
yeah. You
It's
have
like, that's-
dimensional level responsibilities. Fuck that.
Yeah, it's like I don't want that.
Yeah.
I want to be able to fuck around sometimes.
Right. I want neighborhood level responsibilities.
Right.
I want friendly neighborhood responsibilities.
Right.
And occasionally, during big crises, I guess I'll have world level responsibilities. But
Right. See,
yeah,
that's the right level of power. Like, I would never want to have the galaxy level responsibility.
yeah, I wouldn't want I
Whoever's-
wouldn't want Miguel's thing
Doesn't
either.
matter how powerful you are, whoever's writing your story is going to come up with something strong enough to fight you, so it's never like just like a
Yeah, there's no slice of life chapters if you've got godlike powers.
yeah. The writers always come up with something to beat your ass,
Yeah,
so that it's more work than just like snapping your fingers, even if you have god tier powers.
yeah,
So like, what's the point?
right. And then yeah, if you got Miguel's level of responsibility, they're like, fucking Dimension 42's in trouble, you better go help. Dimension 42, bro, what the fuck is a Dimension 42? I'm not going there. You know? I don't want any part of that.
Right.
Going. I want to at least get to the part in the game for the Black Cat boss, because Black Cat's really funny.
Hey, O'Hara, those parts must have been pretty important.
Her design in
Jungle
this
starting to
game
look
is
like
really
the
Couldn't be
cringy,
helped. The parts are
but like a funny kind of cringe. I don't think it's that bad. Because you fight in this game, you fight Black Cat 2099. And her design is funny. I'm pretty sure the boss is soon.
Oh, damn! O'Hara, the suicide squid's back, and it just annihilated my way out. Or maybe not. It looks like it just opened up a different path.
I hope you're being
There's
careful
so
with the
many
parts.
pop culture references in this game. I guess, was this before, like, the
O'Hara,
Disney partnership?
remember you said keep those
Jesus.
parts separate? Well, let's just say, just for the sake of argument, that didn't work out. Just how big a bang are we talking about?
They would crater the city. Why are you asking?
Pain is searing.
Don't tell me.
Is there any way to reverse it?
Not for you, there isn't. Get him to the gateway as fast as you
He
can.
just made a Suicide Squad reference.
More tentacles. I can't get past them in time. It smells like a sewer in here. Better keep moving.
My. A blast from the past. Such an active little spider. Brings back so many memories. You aren't supposed to be here, you know.
That voice. It sounds like... No, it couldn't be.
The security systems told me you're here. And you've been very, very naughty. But you just keep running around spinning your webs, little spider. I'll be right
This
with
is
you,
also
so you
not
can live
related to Spider-Verse, I guess, but it's Spider-Man in general, so
By the way,
fuck it.
speakers into sewers anyway. What's up with that?
I really hope Black Cat is in. If Tom Holland's Spider-Man gets another movie, MCU Spider-Man gets another movie, I really hope there's Black Cat. I think it'll ruin the purpose of the MCU Spider-Man movie if he doesn't at least experience some loss to the point where he can immediately reestablish his relationship with MJ.
Wait, what?
I'm saying I hope if they make a fourth Tom Holland MCU Spider-Man,
I'm in the gateway room.
I
Throw the
hope Black
parts
Cat is
one
in
at
it
a time, passing them
as
through the energy
his
stream,
like
sure,
romantic
versus
interest.
buildup. But if you toss
I
them
think
out
if he
together,
immediately
you'll-
reestablishes
I
the
get it.
relationship with
But if
MJ
you
or
want tentacles
Zendaya,
coming out of nowhere,
I think it'll
Between dimensions and trying to get out.
I think it'll undercut a lot of that movie's purpose. You know.
I mean, he lost Aunt May.
Yeah, but
Have you got
he
the
also
parts in place?
like the movie ends with him establishing like he lost his relationship with MJ and Ned as well.
Right.
Like he sacrificed that. So that's why I'm saying
and
I would
think
like
he's
the
gonna get
fourth.
that back immediately.
I would like the fourth MCU movie to have him go another direction, at least for the first half. Have him be with Black Cat, and maybe be a bit more aggressive of a
Who is
Spider-Man.
Black Cat played by?
What are you doing? I'm
I
activating
don't-
the
Black Cat's not in the movies yet.
Or, but like, who is the person normally that is Black Cat, or is it someone that he knows, or is it just?
Yeah,
is
so
it-
Black Cat
what's
is
his name?
like usually Peter's love in the comics. It's usually his love interest during his edgy phase. She's
Okay.
the sexy like thief who like breaks the law, but Spider-Man kind of like lets her get away with it because they hook up and stuff, and he's like too into her to turn her in. And like sometimes he doesn't like necessarily help her steal stuff, but like helps her get away from other bad guys. Because like she'll often have issues with like Kingpin and stuff, and so she'll need to steal diamonds to like pay back Kingpin. So she'll help her, or he'll like help her steal the diamonds for Kingpins because he wants to fuck.
I don't know where I saw this or if it was just total BS. Isn't their plan for Spider-Man to do like? Isn't his next step not movies, it's TV shows, or like a TV show more
For Tom Holland?
style for his like college experience or something like that? But his
I haven't
college
heard
days,
anything
I
like
don't know.
that. It could be though. Who knows? Disney pumps out so many of those TV shows.
Yeah.
I guess it wouldn't be totally out of the ballpark. I haven't heard anything like that though. I know his next movie's on hold because of the writer's strike.
You're done.
So he's like it's gonna be delayed. A lot of the MCU movies are getting delayed right now because of the writer's strike.
Right. I am concerned that I heard that I'm concerned for Deadpool 3 because of the writer's strike.
Yeah, I mean, I
really
think they
don't want that to get ruined because
Yeah.
of the writer's strike.
I think
Because isn't it like I saw that it like because of it like Ryan Reynolds isn't like doing any like he's not being he's not being as creative for it or something. I don't know exactly. But.
So he can't do script rewrites. He can still do like ad libs, but they can no longer like go back and change like parts of the plot.
Sure.
But since the script is done, they should be relatively fine. Honestly, some of the rewrites lately for MCU movies have been shit, so who cares? I don't think it might not be that bad.
Yeah. I'm just really hope it doesn't get ruined because
Yeah, I think that's it. That'll be good. Or yeah, I hope it doesn't either, and I hope it's still good. But I think it'll be fine. But yeah, I think this arc's gonna just in general feel a little like drawn out for MCU because I mean Guardians 3 was great, but like I mean all the Kang movies are delayed now because of the writer's strike too, so it's gonna feel like such a long time
Is
for
the writer's strike or other reasons too?
yeah, Disney says it's because of the writer's strike.
Are you out of your...
There would be no other reason.
This and we'll talk.
Absolutely no other reason. If I could beat this in a single stream. I actually don't remember how long this game is.
Oh my god. God damn it. I'm playing run and gun build for this playthrough for Cyberpunk, and fuck, it's so much harder, man,
Yeah.
than the last playthrough. Yeah, playing melee an up close personal builds in a shooter game.
Yeah.
Turns out on hard difficulties is hard.
Yeah, I always fucking hate melee. I never go melee builds in like any like RPG like that. Like the Fallout games, I never went melee builds. You could always supposedly go melee, and some people do it, but I mean, if you got guns, use them.
Yeah. Well, I'm using shotguns.
Yeah, well.
But those are.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's just hard, and I'm trying to not. There's a way I could cheat and make this super easy because there's like a cyberware like equipment that you can get that lets you like press a button and time slows down essentially.
Yeah.
And you can get one eventually that like you can have it on like really high uptime essentially. Which the melee build is just super busted because you just run around and you just pop everyone and they aren't even reacting to you essentially. But I don't want to do that because like I used that last time and it just like makes like I almost like I would try to not use it essentially last time because it just makes it so trivial oftentimes, and it's like I want a challenge. So
I feel that. Are you gonna get now we're just gonna talk about whatever cares. Are you gonna get Starfield? Do you watch any of the previews of that stuff?
No, I don't even know what you're talking about, to be honest.
Oh, really?
Really?
It's the next Bethesda like open world RPG that's in it's like space travel and you can explore planets and all this stuff and build your spaceship. And there's like 100 different builds for your characters and things like that. You can like highly customize the way you want to play.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people are saying it's going to be like the game of the year.
If it's
I'm not getting steady powerful. I need to find the schematics to figure out why.
Bethesda has a pretty good track record of getting game of the year stuff.
It should be accessible through a vertical tunnel. You stay put.
I've been thinking maybe staying put isn't such a bad idea.
Meaning what?
Come on, O'Hara. It's not like anti-venom was a fluke. Someone's always trying to kill me, and there's always a chance of my loved ones being caught in the crossfire. If I stay here, no one I love will suffer or die because of me.
What about all the good you've done? And will do? The people you'll inspire, including me.
You're saying the lives of 1 billion strangers are more important than my loved ones?
I'm not saying that. History says that.
Yeah, well, history doesn't have to wrestle with guilt. Or tentacles. They're at it again.
All right, stay clear of them. I'll get it figured out on my end.
This game has the weird plot point of like Spider-Man almost ready to give up.
Don't give up, Spidey.
Guys, like ready to call it quits.
Oh my god.
Oh, I remember when games had just like simple RPG menus. No trees, no paths. New ability. Spend in-game currency. Get new ability. Done. Oh no. I have to do another Miguel flying segment.
Correct.
For segments of the game. I remember I had to do these so many times a couple years ago because there was an achievement for getting through one of these segments without hitting a single obstacle.
Shut it! I'm not gonna reach that door before it's sealed tight.
Give me that shitty frame rate, baby.
There has to be a way to reopen it. Now you're just starting to annoy me.
Oh, I also hate when... I think shield enemies in every game that they're in suck. I don't know if I've ever, like, fought a shield enemy and been like, wow, this is great. Like in shooters, when you gotta, like, stun them, or, like, shoot them in the leg, and then to, like, make them stumble or whatever.
You can't take it.
Yeah. I thought you were, I thought you meant shield, because we were talking MCU, I thought you meant shield as in,
Like shield.
Like
I'm also not a huge fan
in
of...
every game, that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm also not a huge fan of MCU shield either, but... did you know Secret Invasion or whatever comes out, like, next week?
Slowing me down.
Is that one of the new shows?
It's the one starring Samuel Jackson, Nick Fury.
Oh.
And it's got, what's her name? Emilia Clarke, I think?
Okay.
Daenerys from Game of Thrones.
Yep.
It's like got all this star power. I feel like I haven't heard a single thing about it. And you think Disney would be like in overdrive on advertisements and stuff, like it'd be all over YouTube and shit.
Yeah. Crazy.
It starts like next week, and they have not said a peep.
I have not been keeping up with the with the Disney Plus content, essentially, really. Like, period. Like, there's so much we're behind on, I guess, because I just can't. There's just too much. I can't be bothered anymore.
That's what I mean. What I'm saying though is, I keep up with that shit, and I didn't even know it was coming out. That's what I wonder. Is it just not going to be good? Like, does Disney just not have faith in it?
They already know, and they're just trying to nip it in the bud already.
Yeah, like, because I mean, they advertised Ant-Man, and so if they're not going to advertise this, like, how bad is this?
Right.
Yeah, this is just taking a little longer than expected.
Well, move it. I already died enough for one day.
The early 2010s, man, had some, like, banger games, and some of them are just really funny.
You hanging in there, Parker?
Are there any MCU movies that you're, like, still looking forward to?
Don't worry, it's almost over.
Yeah, it better be.
I mean, I usually, it's like the movies I still go see, it's, and like, pay attention to slightly more, but like, I also, I have a hard time keeping like I know less of when they're coming out now because I've taken the strict policy of like hardcore avoiding trailers period for everything now,
Yeah.
which like is nice. I'm glad I'm overall glad I do it because trailers just spoil way too much nowadays.
Yeah, true.
But it does mean it is like I don't know when things are coming out as much.
Yeah. Is there anything you're aware of that's coming out that you're looking forward to? Because for me, other than like Deadpool 3, like I don't think
anything's on my radar. Like I know, like I only know Deadpool 3 is a concept that's coming out. I have no idea when it is coming out.
That's not coming out till like next year.
Yeah.
I'm not
Like,
particularly.
I don't even know what MCU stuff is coming out this year.
The Marvels.
Oh, okay.
The
Well, that one I'm gonna have a hard time carrying because I haven't watched the the Ms. Marvel show.
Yeah.
So.
And you'll also need
I
Did
did
you watch
watch
WandaVision?
Yes, because we tried to keep up at first, and watch WandaVision, and we loved The Mandalorian, but then it was just like, just like so many shows all at once, and we just like, because it's one of those where like I didn't really like want to watch it without Jess, but she was getting overwhelmed too, and like didn't want to watch. It was like sick of watching superhero shows and. Like basically, and
yeah.
I mean, and realistically, I was kind of too, but
yeah, I didn't even watch the Star Wars ones, and I stopped trying to like keep up with them as well. I was just watching the Marvel ones, and I was still like, "There's too many."
Yeah.
Last one I watched was She-Hulk.
I haven't. I did watch that, except for I haven't watched the finale.
That's fine. The finale's the worst part of the show. I actually thought I thought the hate was overblown for She-Hulk. Like the first couple episodes, I
thought She-Hulk was fine.
Yeah, I thought it was fine too. And then the finale came, and I was like ready to be on the internet hate train. I was like, okay, this is actually fucking garbage. Do you care if I explain the finale of She-Hulk to you? Do you care?
I do not. I don't. I really don't.
Okay, so the let me see. I saw it a while ago, and it was so bad I kind of tuned it out. So this won't be a great explanation, but it'll give you the gist. Basically, she kind of gets outed as like, you know, who she is, like her secret identity or whatever, kind of gets revealed because she's doing like this press conference thing, and someone that she slept with, because she was like always hooking up with people on the dating apps or whatever.
You've got to be kidding.
Recorded their like sex capade and like plays it at her press conference or whatever. And then she gets mad that her like sex tape thing is playing, so she hulks out, and you know, like starts destroying stuff, because she's, you know, the Hulk. So she has her Hulk moment at this press conference, and now
I saw that press. I think that episode. That is not the last episode.
I know.
I saw the press conference.
I'm building up to it, like trying to explain, because I think if you didn't remember that stuff, the finale won't make sense.
Oh,
but
yeah,
basically,
I remember that where she kind of lost public.
Yeah, she hulks out in public.
Like I knew that the reveal was kind of like the villains were like literally just like incels essentially.
Yeah, it's the incel group.
Yeah.
Which is like what all of the villains of the MCU TV shows are turning out to be. But yeah, so that happens, right? And then in the finale, she goes to the base of the incel group, and when she gets there, one of the dudes, like the lead dude, like takes injects himself with a sample of her blood that they stole, and he becomes a Hulk guy, right? And then so what you're thinking is, oh great, it's another MCU project ending in a showdown of superhero versus villain with the superhero's powers. Yeah. But then they subvert the expectation, because then She-Hulk breaks through the Disney Plus app. She walks to the Marvel Studios offices and demands to speak to Kevin Feige, the man, the myth, the legend. And then when she goes to speak to Kevin, he is actually a computer who algorithmically creates the most, or the content for MCU that is most appealing to the general audience.
What? You're not kidding right now.
No, this is...
Wait.
Yup. Because She-Hulk's thing in the comics is that she's a fourth wall breaker like Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
That's like one of her things in the comics. So they finally pay that off, like how she will sometimes look to the camera and say funny things to you. So they finally pay that off when she breaks through the Disney Plus app. Anyway.
Oh, okay. If she wasn't a fourth wall breaker, I would have been. I didn't know that, but I was going to be very confused. And concerned.
It doesn't really justify it. So basically, she meets the Kevin Feige computer, who's generating the most commercially palatable MCU content for everybody. And then she's like, is this really still doing it for you guys, the viewer? Like, is this what you want to see? Like, do you guys like this? And they're like, yes. Like, the people still love it. And then she's like, okay. And then she goes back to her world and then beats up the guy.
Okay.
And then it ends with her having a family picnic with her family and Daredevil. And she's like introducing Daredevil to her parents. And then Hulk shows up with his son.
His son?
Yeah, he has a son now. There's no explanation for that.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yep. Yep. They have that fourth wall break moment to be like, really, guys? Do you still want the MCU to be like this? And they go, yeah, you do. And then they continue the superhero versus supervillain with superhero powers thing.
See, I would have been fine with the fourth wall break if it, I would be okay with the fourth wall break.
No, the fourth wall break is basically to shit on the audience for still watching some of this stuff. It's like really bizarre.
Yeah,
it's just...
I would be okay with the fourth wall break if it didn't end in, yeah, you guys still like this, and that's like forced down your throat essentially.
Yeah, but it's like Kevin's the one that says we still like it. The computer algorithm.
Right.
She cannot believe that we still like it. She's very upset by it. She's very she doesn't like that all of the Marvel characters keep getting written with, like, daddy issues. She doesn't like that the villains have to be, like, so personal and similar to them. And all of this stuff. And, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's really dumb. Just not good.
O'Hara, if you're
They like...
the tentacles to convince me that 2099 sucks, then mission accomplished.
Anxious to come home? Well, so am I.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. That's She-Hulk. So yeah, I think if you watched everything but the final episode, I think you watched the right amount of She-Hulk. Like, I think that was the right amount of She-Hulk that you needed to see.
Yeah, shitting on the viewer is certainly a mood.
I don't know. Does it seem like so many pieces of media these days try to do that? Like, it seems odd, right? Like, did you ever see any of the Velma stuff? Like, did you hear about that show?
No.
So there was a brief summary. Basically, they did another Scooby-Doo animated series, except Scooby-Doo's not in it. It's just the people of Scooby-Doo. And there's a gag bit in it where they describe losers. So like they're like they're like some insult. And they're like, "Can you define losers?" And she's like, "Yeah, it's adults who still watch animated cartoon shows." And it's like, "But you're an animated cartoon show. So what are you doing?" It's like, I don't know if it's like an attempt to be funny, but then like it's a purposeful dig at the audience. It seems like that seems to happen so much lately, and I don't know why.
Very strange.
Yeah, it's really weird. I'm not a huge fan. Vibin, did you watch it? Because you seemed to know about it. You saw some clips of it. Didn't know what I was going to stream tomorrow, but I might actually not stream tomorrow because it's Father's Day. Just because I imagine people will be busy. I won't be because I live in a different state from my family, but... Jesus Christ.
Taking a lot of hits there.
Yeah.
What's the story?
I'm almost to the archives.
Almost won't stop these freaking tentacles. Reboot the gateway, would you please?
Working on it.
Yeah, Peter's so bitchy. Why are we having this topic? I don't know. We were just talking about stuff.
We've gone very far off the rails.
We have kind of gone off the rails.
I mean, we talked about it all the time.
Yeah, I think we discussed like everything there's to discuss about Spider-Verse. I think we talked about like the movie itself, potentials for the sequel, some references to outside media, all the good Spider-Verse-y things, the soundtrack, the Q-by rant effect. Yeah, I mean, we gotta keep talking about something.
Voice-coded door. Miguel O'Hara, 5249.
Access denied.
Figures. Parker, change in plan.
Cancel, please.
I can't access the archives on this end, but you can on yours. I'll guide you to the archive room, and you can give me the information I need.
The archives room. That would be handy. I could look up the people I love and keep them out of danger.
Don't you dare poke around in there, Parker. You've already seen the dangers of screwing with the past. Learn from the mistakes instead of repeating them.
Fine.
What did I think of the soundtrack? I liked it. I liked,
Big fan.
yeah,
Just stated.
I'm a big fan of Miguel's theme. I like the,
And the playlist too is really good. Just like the Metro Boomin playlist. Like, but some of the songs make it in, but some of the songs don't, kind of thing. Just like the last movie with the,
Yeah.
Like, not just, so like, not just the, like the actual, like, playlist soundtrack, not just the, like soundtrack, like background noise soundtrack. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between like the sound, like there's actual like songs with like vocals and stuff versus just like
the electronica.
Like Miguel's theme is like
just
like the electronic kind of electronica.
Yeah, but that's what I like. I didn't feel.
Yeah, I mean some of those are good too.
Yeah.
Now would be a good time to pull that quantum
Gwen's is pretty good. I like Miguel's horn thing. I like how intimidating it sounds.
If I can find the architectural plans, make some
I
changes.
mean,
but I'll need the
Miguel's
computer
thing
for
was
that.
kind of like Prowler's thing from the first movie.
Yeah,
I mean,
he-
a very different style, but like the very like blaring,
Yeah.
like a blaring noise to kind of like spook you a little bit.
Yeah, that he's here.
Meant to be a bit spooky.
Yeah. It's like, gives that intimidating presence. I liked Miguel's more than the Prowler's. I liked that, I don't know what you'd call it. I don't know what it is, what instrument it would be. Yeah, it's a more futuristic sci-fi horn than the Prowler. It's basically the Prowler's, but with, like, sci-fi dubstep, almost.
Right.
Yeah, and I don't know what you'd call that instrument. Maybe it is just entirely computer-generated. But I imagine it's not. I imagine it's some kind of, like you said, it's like a horn. I imagine it's some kind of, like, fancy fucking horn with, like, some audio tweaks to it. It's probably something. I don't think it's entirely synth. Because the team seems too creative
Don't panic. I never panic.
to make it just
There looks to be an electrical panel
computer-generated.
up there. Maybe I could short circuit this thing.
See if there's any way to slow it.
I know the point of this game is...
Remember that whole I never panic thing? That's more of a guideline than a rule.
I know the theme of this game is, like, time, but... I am
made
so
it
sick of
worse.
timed
The
levels.
incinerator started up.
Can you shut it down from your end?
I sure hope so.
Oh, now I need to find a computer. Why is this shocking happening?
No, don't try to open the door, Miguel!
Great. I either get fried or flattened. Now I know how an egg feels.
Fucking... I'm so sick of the time segments in this game. I totally forgot about all these.
Parker, you still there?
Yeah, but it's getting to be crunch time.
Don't panic.
I never panic.
These guys are shocking
There
me.
looks to be an electrical panel up there. Maybe I could short circuit this thing.
See if there's any way to slow it. This is just sad.
Both instrument and electronic can be creative. Yeah, it can. But I'm just saying, I feel like their team tried to stick with, like, real instruments and just play them in a unique way.
I made it worse.
Well, I mean, a lot of it might have like basis and reels, like it might be samples of a real
Time to take a nap.
instrument, and then it's heavily edited or something like
Now
that
I need
too.
to find a
That can
computer.
also happen.
Why is this shocking
Yeah.
happening? You can't take
Oh, I wonder, it's probably something you can just easily look up. Let me check. What is the horn? 2099 theme. Harpsichord? The fuck is that? So Prowler's was made using an elephant trumpet. I don't know what that is. And it's like Miguel's was made using a harpsichord, which is a type of piano.
Yeah, I know what harpsichord is.
Harpsichord, electric piano, ragtime piano. It's just a bunch of different pianos.
You said for Miguel's?
Yeah, for Miguel's theme.
Mm-hmm.
Harpsichord vibin' is like a piano that you play the strings on.
Great. I either get fried or flattened. Now I know how an egg feels.
Move, shock it, move. computer.
Hey, remember when you were telling me to hurry up? Right back at you.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to find that computer so I can bail you out.
I'll do better than your best.
You guys are so sassy with each other.
O'Hara, I'm running out of room.
I know you don't have any consoles, but do you ever like watch the cutscenes for any of the like video games that you don't play? Like, did you ever watch any of the scenes for any of the Spider-Man video games?
Maybe like a clip here or there at some point, but not like for the newest Spider-Man on that was like PS exclusive for a while or something. It was like PS4, I think, at the time.
Yeah.
I've almost got it.
Back then, maybe I watched a clip or two or like saw trailers for it or something like that. Because that came out like around the time of Into the Spider-Verse, I feel like, right?
Yeah. It was like a 20.
So I think I was like kind of in like I was getting all the Spider-Verse spider ads because of it and stuff like that. So, but oftentimes not, I guess.
Yeah.
I have enough of the games that I play that I don't. And I don't know. Sometimes if I'm if I'm down a random YouTube rabbit hole, sometimes I'll find the game clips, but not always.
God damn it. I was literally in front of the fucking door.
Oh, did you die?
Yeah. I needed to walk through the door, and the door opened as the timer ran out.
I never panic.
I just needed to, like, I needed to be a step quicker.
Maybe I could short circuit this thing.
See if there's any way to slow it.
A second left, basically. Yeah, I needed one more second. I think because I got caught on a lamp for a couple seconds, I think that's what fucked me there.
Parker, did it work?
I made it worse. The incinerator started up.
Can you shut it down from your end?
I
Keep
sure
showing
hope so.
up. I'll keep knocking you down. Oh, now I need to find a computer. Why is this shocking happening?
I need the speedrun strat. I just need to get good. Also true to the comics, Miguel's powers are just not as good as Peter's, so his segments are a bit harder. Because with Miguel,
gameplay-wise, what is different?
so since Miguel doesn't have the spider sense, you have to actually time your dodges.
Oh, you don't get like the counterattack pop-up kind of thing?
No, you have to like use a hologram decoy thing as Miguel to like make people attack the decoy, and then you gotta like reposition yourself around the enemies. But Spider-Man just has a spider sense mode. Like if you're playing as Peter, you just have a spider sense mode, and he just auto dodges while you attack. So it's like literally plays itself. But Miguel requires you to do kinds of like actual dodges and stuff. But with Peter, you can beat someone up and dodge simultaneously.
Right.
So it's a lot easier. No timing, just press button, win. And Peter has regenerating health, Miguel does not.
Why is that?
I don't know why. I think it's because Miguel has an energy shield that's and his shield regenerates, but the shield doesn't seem to be as good in practice as Spider-Man's health regen. Because with Miguel, like, if you take real health damage, like, it's permanent damage.
I've almost got it.
And, like, his shield will come back, but you kind of gotta, like, you're supposed to hide in between bits during his fights to, like, get your shields back and then go back in. But, like, because I'm in a timed segment where I gotta go fast, I can't, like, wait for my shield to come back.
Right.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. I'm, like, so off on the time. I'm, like, not even in the same room. I thought I was close. Oh, no way, dude. I won't be able to do it. What the fuck? What the fuck? How am I supposed to do this? What? That's like a whole ass other room. What am I supposed to do?
Parker, you still there?
Yeah, but it's getting to be crunch time.
Don't panic.
I never panic. There looks to be an electrical panel up there. Maybe I could short circuit this thing.
See if there's any way to slow it.
Oh, maybe I just don't have to fight these dudes.
O'Hara? Remember that whole I never panic thing? That's more of a guideline
Oh.
than a rule.
I was trying to fight these guys. Maybe I just run.
Parker, did it work?
I made it worse.
I thought I needed to fight these dudes to, like, be able to hit the switch.
I sure hope so.
Okay,
Oh,
that
now
turns
I need
out
to
to
find
not
a
be true.
computer. Why is this shocking happening?
Great. I either get fried or flattened. Now I know how
You're
it acts.
done. Now you're just starting to annoy that computer.
Hey! Remember when you were telling me to hurry up? Right back at you!
Yeah, I'm doing my best to find that computer so I can bail you out.
I'll do better than your best!
Hey, Forever. Looking forward to the third and final part? Yeah, so are we.
I'm glad we don't have to wait 5 years for it like we did for this one.
Yeah. I wonder if it'll get delayed at all, though, because of the writer's strike. Like, have there been rumors of when it's supposed to be coming out?
I think it's literally 9 months from now or something like that.
Really?
Mhm.
That'd be sick.
O'Hara, I'm running out
It
of
would be.
room.
I would like to wait less than a year for this.
Yeah.
Very much like that. I don't want to wait more than that.
Parker,
Yeah, I don't really
are you
want to
there?
either.
Say something.
I was okay waiting this long for the second
Glad
one
I'm out of there. Place smelled like the rhino in
because
July.
there was a plot resolution for the first one. you know?
Right, yeah, it was like a whole movie. It
O'Hara,
was
they have
done.
enough security
Right.
in here to keep out an army of Spider-Man. Any ideas?
I'm trying something here. Did it work?
Yeah, mostly. I can deal with the rest. Thanks, O'Hara.
He keeps calling him O'Hara, which is weird. I wonder if in the comics he mostly goes by O'Hara. I feel like only calling him Miguel. Just wanted to get to the
Moving on to the next item on our agenda.
first boss, and then I was
Now focus. Get
gonna
the
wrap up
schematic.
the stream.
If you run into
But it's
trouble,
taking me a
I can
little bit
make
longer to get to the
modifications from here to
boss than I
simplify your
thought.
path.
I got delayed by that timed segment. What engineer made it so if you hit one of the door locks, more lasers show up? Future engineers.
Yeah, I'm stuck again. I'm blocked by a security field. Can you do anything for me?
Come on,
It
Viven.
looks like the security
Everyone
mechanism
knows
is
the
chasing
future
you.
has more
I'm
lasers.
rerouting a vent to you so you can destroy it.
Thanks, I'm on my way to the archives. I'm sure I'll be fine from here on out.
Just hurry. These shocking tentacles are getting nastier by the minute.
On my way.
It's so corny that
Shocking.
Miguel says
security
shocking,
matrix.
yeah.
Great.
But I like that. I
Gotta
think
be a door
it's
switch somewhere around
funny
here.
levels of corny for Spider-Man. What if it's just a normal worker trying to open a door? They die. Everyone knows the corporations don't care about their average employee. The regular employees can't go through those doors.
Oh man, everything hurts.
Fuck them. God damn it.
Wish I was bulletproof. Gotta find a security guard. He'll have a pass. I'm sure of it.
Easy. In the first movie, what Spider-Man was your favorite? I think Peter B. Parker was my favorite in the first one. How about you, Nate?
Yeah, that one.
He kind of stole the show. Gwen was cool, but she was also kind of just like there in the first movie. Not as
Yeah, she wasn't as much of a focus. No,
yeah,
it
she's
was
not
more
just
about
there to the extent of
Miles.
like how Penny and Noir are relegated, but yeah, she's cool. She's probably my second favorite. Oh no. I may have just broke the game. Okay, now we're good. I just
Force field
was
should be down by
crawling
now.
on the wall and I went right through it. But it's fine because it's the wall I was supposed to go through.
You almost became a speedrunner. That's probably something that they exploit for the speedrun.
Yeah, I mean, I totally did just fall through the door. I bet you, yeah. I wonder if there is a speedrun for this game. I mean, it's a Spider-Man game.
Little bug before you get squashed.
It's probably popular
Bet
enough.
you can't handle this.
Oh, her again? Please let me be wrong about who this is.
I like that the game hypes her up so much. Yeah, I don't think Black Cat hasn't gotten a chance to shine in any of the
Too many for me
movies.
to handle. Are you asking for help? Look, I stubbing my nose in it. Yes, I need help, okay?
Give me a few minutes.
Seconds would be better.
Okay, listen. There's a power conduit right next to the room you're in. I'm creating an access to it disguised like a vent. Break through.
Just tell me when and where. I'll try to be alive when you're finished.
Did it work?
I got nothing on my end, except things trying to kill me.
A classic Spider-Man video game moment where I just web swing away from all the bad guys.
Busy trying to deal with tentacles.
Well, deal me a way out of here.
Oh, shit.
How about now?
Nothing. Wait, hold on. It worked. Hallelujah.
Are you near the archives?
Not yet.
How's it going?
I'm making a souffle. How do you think it's going?
Just tell me when you're on your way to the archives.
Yep. At least the place still looks the same. Well, the same, but, you know, different.
So they're not the same.
This is screwy.
God damn it. Whoever's idea was to add stealth to Spider-Man games is the worst. No one wants to be stealthy in Spider-Man. Oh. I just want to fight the first boss. Don't make me open the doors again. I just did this room in the past.
This is getting absurd.
That's what I'm saying.
One down, two to go.
I just realized my AC hasn't been on for like...
Miguel, I'm in the archives. I need access to the other floor so I can get all the keys I need for the classified database.
I'll do what I can, but these tentacles are making life pretty shocking difficult. Okay, how's that?
It's a start. I can get to the second floor. I'll let you know when I need the others.
Is there any other big game you were looking forward to this year, or not really?
Oh. Not really. I'm pretty content with my Steam library at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'll be excited for the Cyberpunk DLC, I guess, but
Almost done. Just one more.
I've never been the type of person to like
I need access to
usually buy things at launch, so
I'll get right on that. Just hold your webs a sec, okay?
I don't know if I'll be at the point where I want to
You're not even gonna get, you're not think you might not even get the DLC at launch?
Now get that key and access the computer.
I don't know. We'll see if I'm in the mood. It depends on like if I'm in the mood for it, you know? Like,
yeah, doesn't it come out soon?
'cause I've been playing it a lot now, and I mean I took like a multiple month break, and you know if I'm in the then if I'm playing a different RPG at the time or something like that, or busy with other events in life or something, then I might not get it right away.
Yeah.
I'm usually pretty patient. That's it. So shall see.
They're good.
We shall see.
I'm better.
I love when you complete something in a video game and it just makes all the enemies despawn.
Okay, I'm here. So how do I access it?
Enter my password. Lila. L-Y-L-A.
Access denied.
Oh, great. You got any other ideas?
Let me think.
I wish I could just say open sesame or grant me access or...
Request acknowledged. Access granted.
That was weird. Okay, let's go over the startup procedures.
Slow down, Parker. It's not that simple.
Did you fire up the quark enhancers? Activate the tachyon relays?
Yes, I did all that. No, you just...
Uncouple the Heisenberg compensators.
Yes, of course.
Science terms.
Shock it. No, I didn't.
I was right. Wow. Oh no.
What's wrong?
It's Mary Jane. She dies. Tonight. Right there at Alchemax.
How do you know? For shock's sake, Parker, what part of don't poke around in the archives was unclear?
Fine, I'm a nosy Parker, but now that I found out, it's
what? My job to save her? I've got enough to deal with.
You can't mean that. You can't just ignore that she's in danger.
Hey, I'm trying to focus on what's important.
What's important is not
this
standing by
scene
and allowing someone to
is
suffer
what,
or die because you do nothing. If
a lot
you
of
don't get
people,
that, then you don't get the first thing about being
I
Spider-Man.
saw bring up in relation to the movie.
The future depends on...
My future is meaningless without her.
This is gonna be a huge mistake.
I owe you, Miguel. Big time.
Shocking right you do. But, well, maybe this will help even the score for everything the world owes you.
Thank you. I mean that. Man, I must have been crazy to think about staying here. If people I love are going to be in danger, then I need to be there to help them. Oh, now what?
Did I hear you talking about someone you love? I think that's my cue, Spider.
Holy, it is her.
And what's Mary Jane look like anyway?
Tall, redhead, in mortal danger. I'm sure you can find her.
What's she doing in Alchemax? Does she work here?
No, she was just meeting up with me. We were going out together.
Oops.
Look like anyway.
But yeah, a lot of people, that was one of the reasons that made me think about playing this game, because a lot of people reference that scene in regards to Spider-Verse.
Meeting up with me. We were going out
What
together.
scene?
The scene that just happened in the game where,
I said I'll take care of it.
there's like something going on with the timeline where basically Mary Jane's fated to die in the game, like on the day of the game's taking place, and like a Spider-Man, Peter Parker's in the future, so he looks up her obituary and finds out she dies in current timeline, and Miguel's kind of like, yeah, we don't have time to fucking save Mary Jane, like the you know, the fate of the world and the timeline's at stake. We can't. We're not worried about that shit.
It's my fault she's there.
And
She's safe.
Peter has kind of like a meltdown at Miguel
Have other ideas.
Help her for crying out loud.
Gotcha.
of like, yeah, it doesn't fucking matter, or like, I don't care what happens if she dies.
Out of the way. I've got no time to play around with you.
So Miguel's already ready to stick to the canon events, even like 10 years ago.
You're done.
When Across the Spider-Verse was pushed back, I wish the movie was just scheduled to have been released as a home release and digital. Wait, why? I think it's, I like seeing big movies like that on the big screen. You know? Those aren't the kind of movies I like want to watch at home, I guess.
No.
I mean, I'd watch them at home, but I'd prefer to at least see them in the theater, so I guess the digital release of it doesn't really matter too much to me. And we wouldn't have to wait as long to watch it? Or are you talking about you want the third movie to be a digital release at the same time?
I hate this place. It's starting to get to me. Mary Jane,
The second
record
movie?
The sound of my voice. Mary Jane!
Wait, why would we not have had to wait as long to watch it?
Who are you? I don't care, just help
I'm confused.
Someone drop a load? Get the shock out of my way.
Central Command.
She's dead, isn't she? Hurry, O'Hara!
I'm doing my best. I've got my own problems.
Don't talk to me about problems.
Calm down. No. Why?
Seconds ago, the computer said she was crushed by some kind of falling debris. Now it says she dies in... No, wait, it's changing again.
It's the quantum causality, Peter. There's so much happening and it's going haywire. Now calm down. I have enough to deal with without you freaking out in my head.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, what am I supposed to do?
Terrific. Quantum
Like I said, if the
reinforcement.
movie was released on home release digital, then we might not have to wait till 2023. If the company just puts on home release in digital. Wait.
Oh, because well, Across the Spider-Verse was delayed, so maybe they're saying if instead of it being delayed, because I'm guessing it was delayed because of COVID or something like that. So maybe
It was delayed in
if it-
2022 though, so like COVID wouldn't have stopped people
Yeah,
from going to the
That's
theater.
true. Yeah.
Maybe we could have watched it in 2022. No, I think it was delayed because of the like animation, right? Like the animation wasn't finished.
Mary Jane must have gone down that hallway on the 3rd floor. Get the shock out of my way.
That's why it was delayed. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would have been delayed because of COVID in 2022. I mean, maybe it was because of that, but I mean, by 2022, people are already going back to the movies.
I'm trying to keep it together, Miguel. Just tell me something.
Trying to find her. Temporal rifts are opening all over. It's like the fabric of space-time is being stretched thinner and thinner. It may reach a point where it's irreparable.
What do you think would happen if there's time travel? Do you think the world would break apart like this, or do you think it would just be, you know, someone traveled through time?
What I can do.
I don't know. It's it all depends on how time travel actually works, I guess.
I think it would be fine.
I think
I hope the universe doesn't end while I'm trying
if
to save
there's
one person.
a lot of the
Mary Jane, over here!
yeah,
That woman needs
if
her
it's-
shock and hearing checked. And if I stop to fight these things,
if it goes
there may not
some
be
of the
anything
ways
left
that
to
it
save.
does in like this in some of the ways it's explained, I feel like it would immedially the universe would unravel or something like that
Yeah,
with someone
Calm down.
fucking up. But
You made it.
I think it would be fine. Mess with the timeline just a little bit. NBD. Also, like in this, Miguel is seriously bitter about having to save Mary Jane. Very not Spider-Man-y.
At first I thought you were... But you sound different. Move different.
Peter sent me.
He did?
Why would she believe that? Like, Spider-Man has such a roster of villains, and he's like, yeah, Peter sent me, and she's like, oh, okay. This is why Mary Jane's always in mortal danger. Because she's like, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe because Miguel also has spider powers, he's like, oh, okay. Wall crawling is such an interesting idea. I would like to crawl on walls. Just hang out, do spider things. Oh, another free fall segment.
Oh, shock. Hang on! Hang on! What's happening? Nothing good. What's it say on your end? That she dies in an elevator. Not gonna happen.
I remember how many game overs I got on this when I was a fucking kid. Oh no. I remember this part specifically being difficult. I just wanted to get to the boss fight.
No such luck.
So I felt like a boss fight was a fitting end to the stream, but now it's gotten out of hand.
Miguel, no change. That's because I haven't gotten to her yet. I know you really didn't want to do this, but please. Peter, I swear to you, I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't sure I could save her.
Just realized the only reference to Lila in this game is the fact that it's its password. It's its computer password. Which, by the way, in 2029, what a shitty computer password. Lila. 4 words.
It's not like I can take a nap.
Fucking... Jesus. I could crack that.
Yeah, not very safe.
Miguel, it's changing again. What does it say? Actually, nothing. What does that mean? Honestly, that means she wasn't important enough to be remembered.
Ooh. Kind of rude to say about someone's GF. Damn it. I swear the Miguel flying through large segments of Spider-Verse is inspired by this game. I refuse to believe it wasn't. He does. There's so many of these segments for him.
I got her. She's okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Man,
For
Miguel,
real, this
princess
means a
carries
lot to
like
me.
a lot of people in
No
this
problem,
movie.
Peter. Come on, Reggie. Let's get you out of here now.
You're talking to Peter right now? You got some sort of cell phone under that mask?
A cell what? I mean, sure. That's it.
Can I?
You'll have plenty of time to talk to him after all this is over. You'll have your whole lives together.
Look, I just want to say thank you. You're as brave and unselfish as another guy who goes by the handle Spider-Man. You're a worthy successor to the name.
Thanks. I mean that.
How does she know he's from the future?
Enough with the thanks. You ready?
What?
Home? You bet.
And leave me again?
Here it is. Goofy black cat design.
How much rejection is a girl supposed to take?
Black Cat? I was praying I was wrong. Felicia, what if they...
Help me, Spider. They gave me an anti-aging drug. For decades. Made me over.
Spider Sense going nuts. You're lying. The real Felicia, she would have never let them...
Never let them what? Turn me into this? You destroyed me, Spider. After what you did, I didn't care what happened to me.
I don't know what you're talking about. Either I haven't done yet what you claim I did, or you're making this up to mess with my head.
And you get to guess which one. Isn't this fun?
Not remotely.
Aw, you used to have a sense of humor.
Dying tends to get you serious in a hurry.
Then you're about to get deadly serious.
I love how corny everyone is written. I wish things were not afraid to be corny anymore.
It ends here, Felicia.
But I do hope Felicia gets a spot in the MCU. I know Sony was about to make a solo movie with her that got canceled, so hopefully that means Sony didn't get a chance to ruin her in the public eye.
You never could beat me, Cat.
You're just a glutton for punishment. Will you just stand still?
Either I haven't done yet what you claim I did, or you're making this up to mess with my head.
And you get to guess which one. Isn't this fun?
Not remotely.
Aw, you used to have a sense of humor.
Dying tends to get you serious in a hurry.
Then you're about to get deadly serious.
It ends here.
The classic deadly serious joke.
I'm sorry for you, but not that sorry.
Aw, I broke my new cat toy.
Jesus.
We really gonna do this, Felicia?
You're so quick. I always hated that.
Uh-oh, she said he was quick in the sack. The worst insult.
Felicia, I'm so sorry.
Aw, he's so sorry. Help me, Spider, poor me! You actually fell for that. What's we ever see in him?
Felicia, this creature isn't you.
You don't get to lecture us on who we are, Spider. Not anymore.
Okay, Peter. I'm almost to the gateway. The energy is limited, so we'll have to jump through at the same time.
Don't worry, I'll be there. Pleasant dreams.
I think this is Nova's voice actress, actually. I don't remember. It's someone popular. Oh my god.
I'm en route to the gateway room. Tell me when you're there as well.
Alright, cool.
We have to time this right.
I did it. I beat the first boss.
Oh,
That's a good spot to
you and your counterpart.
wrap up.
Isn't Venom the first boss, technically?
Well, I guess technically, but his is like kind
I'm
of scripted.
the CEO of Alchemax.
Oh, okay.
The real question is, who are you?
old friend.
Old friend? So this is where you make the big reveal, and I say, holy cow, Norman Osborn, or the Kingpin, Jonah Jameson. Come on, please be Jameson.
All of them long dead, I fear. Too bad they didn't have access to the anti-aging drug we developed. Does wonders for you. And I do mean you.
No, it can't be.
Can't be, yes. Why do people always say that? Good thing your future counterpart saved us, eh? Otherwise, we couldn't be this.
I become the evil mastermind?
Oh, don't be melodramatic. With great power comes great responsibility and great opportunity. And the only way to live up to all that responsibility is to use every opportunity to get all the power. I learned that the day I lost everyone I loved.
I love that logic.
I have the power to stop it.
What do you mean, everyone?
You'll find out. Except once I've fixed reality, you actually won't find out. Consider yourself lucky.
Peter, it's up and running, but it's not tremendously stable. Where are you?
Why does Miguel not know that?
I'm in hell. The CEO. It's me.
What? That's insane.
How would Miguel not know the CEO is Peter Parker?
Peter, now! Move!
Let me explain it all to you.
Explain it to my rapidly retreating backside.
Peter, get a move on!
Alright.
Going as fast as I can.
That's about a good spot to wrap up for the stream. Thanks everyone for
Can't let it
listening and chatting with us and hanging out. Thanks Nate for talking to me here with about the movie and other random topics and all that good stuff. If you guys liked the conversation, subscribe, like, hit the bell button, join my Discord server, all that good stuff. I will see you guys. I think Wednesday will probably be my next stream. I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow because of Father's Day. I think we'll probably go with Sunday or Wednesday. Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.